Et Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates, and professionals from around the world, I would like to welcome you again to the second day of the International Health and Wellness Congress here at the Kö 59 Hotel in Düsseldorf. My name is Yasser Abu Muailek, your Master of Ceremonies for the duration of today's events. Today will be jam-packed with information, discussions, know-how, and showcases. A reminder to you all, before we start, today's panels will have an additional panel, and as such, the panels will be shortened from the allotted 40 minutes to 30 minutes each, and I hope that you will show understanding to that. And now, without further ado, I will leave you to the competent hands of Mr. Jens Isen, Director of the Düsseldorf Convention, with a presentation about the many venues Düsseldorf has on offer for professionals from around the world.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress here in Düsseldorf. How do you feel this morning? How was the dinner last night? Good? Perfect, excellent. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all here to Düsseldorf at this point, particularly on behalf of the Convention Bureau and here at the Kö 59, an excellent starting point to experience Düsseldorf. Our ancestors in the ancient already held symposia more than 3,000 years ago and sat around the fireplace in the evening and exchanged ideas. That was probably the first time that we were talking about meetings in our industry. That's why you're all here, increasing knowledge, meet new people, and learn from each other. Düsseldorf is a cosmopolitan city and offers with all the venues an excellent possibilities to realize congresses and conferences here. But see yourself. There are a lot of things to tell about Düsseldorf and many reasons for, but this morning I would just give you 8 reasons why you should plan your next meeting and convention here in Düsseldorf. Recently we launched the campaign Düsseldorf, and we just mentioned that we have 5 or 8 reasons why they should come or you should come to plan your next meeting here in Düsseldorf. First of all, the region itself. We have in a 1-hour driving distance more than 12 million people. So the potential is really, really high. A perfect MICE infrastructure, whether you're coming in by plane or by train. So Brussels is 3 hours away and Paris even 4 hours. So it's pretty close to each other. And a multi-purpose complex. So we have a Congress Center, the Messe, and the Merkur Spielarena, which is the football stadium and will be the stadium for the next Euro 2024. And we will be the city which have 5 matches here in Düsseldorf. The Rhenish way of life, I think that can you even explore the next couple of hours and days, even tomorrow, if you not have registered now for the tours, please do it in the next coffee break. And the perfect infrastructure as well when it comes to social programs. We recently opened an indoor surfing hall, which I'm going to give you a little explanation later on, and a new sustainable place for meetings and congresses in 2024. A strong, dense network of medical expertise that you have seen, and a strong expertise in biotechnology and chemistry as well. Thank you so much. Some of the actors may be familiar to you, especially the barkeeper, huh? Great. Being climate neutral is very important. It's more than a promise, it's an attitude. And Düsseldorf will be climate neutral by 2035. And that's a very important fact. And the cooperation network of the Chamber of Commerce, the city, and a lot of corporates combines companies on their way to being more sustainable in the future. So it starts with a strong convention bureau, and we will offer complementary transportation within the city center, even by bicycle, by the tram, or even by the scooters, which are very popular right now in entire Europe. In a nutshell, that's Düsseldorf in facts and numbers. A strong destination, one of Germany's largest congress centers with 48 breakout rooms, and as well a really strong competences which are already mentioned. We can easily hold meetings up to 22,000 people in the Congress Center, and we have a huge capacity of breakout rooms, whether you're looking for small or bigger venues. And this is MICE in general. This is the Congress Center in just one single chart, which you can expect here, or what is important to know. The Congress Center is sandwiched between a park and the River Rhine, so it's beautifully located, and it's just 10 minutes away from the city center. Yeah, a wide range of locations, whether you're looking for small venues and small ideas and even more private meetings, or you're looking for the big venues, we will find the right venue in our city for your event. What's new about Düsseldorf, or what should you definitely know about Düsseldorf? We just opened this May the first, or the world's largest indoor surfing hall. It's a great combination. It shows that meetings are not professional and structured as in the past before. No, it's like even more networking activities, engagement, bring people together, explore something together, play some beach volleyball together, doing some surfing lessons together. This is all what you can explore at the Areal Böhle in the indoor surfing hall. Furthermore, which is also very important to us, because we're going to open the Europe Campus 2024. That's at your fingertip, the transition to be more sustainable in the future. This incubator will combine, or will have the topics of sustainability, mobility under one roof, and this building will be heated and cooled down by the water from the lake. So, as you can see, we are ready to rumble your next meetings here in Düsseldorf. The Europe Campus will be ready soon, and we can accommodate up to 700 people in the ballroom, and that will be a great pleasure to have you here and to see, probably to show you around and to see you for your next meetings at this beautiful venue. This is my team. This is all we have, our team, for your success. Thank you so much for your time, and I just want to point out one more little thing, and that's an influencing factor, because you are all industry leaders and experts, and aren't we all influencers, even if we are not active in social media? Yes, we are. We are. So please carry the spirit that was created here out into the world, and tell about your time in Düsseldorf. So that would be very important to us and give us a great exposure to the industry as well. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a beautiful time here in Düsseldorf.
Thank you so much. Impressive selection indeed. And don't forget to use the hashtag Düsseldorf in your viewings about Düsseldorf. Many of you sitting here before me work in the facilitation. You are the bridges connecting patients in need of care with caregiving institutions willing to work in the highest standards possible. Mr. Zahid Hamid has a unique biography. He started by making sure entire nations are taken care of during his time in the defense and security sector. But now he transitioned to making sure humans are taken care of every step of the way. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hamid, who is now director at The Right Choice Home and Away, as he offers us insights into the field of facilitators, followed by a panel discussion on the same subject. Good luck.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, experts. It's a privilege to have this opportunity. Thanks, Agora, and thanks, Düsseldorf, and the sponsors for providing us this platform to air our thoughts and enrich the world that we live in. This morning when I woke up, you always try and wake up on a positive note, on a cheerful note. I asked ChatGPT to tell me a joke about facilitators. And it thought and thought for a while, the cursor blinked, and then it said, why did the healthcare facilitator become a comedian? So if it had ended there, that would have been a good enough joke for me, but it went on to say, because it became the butt of the patient's jokes. Now, ChatGPT doesn't get everything right. Okay, so the first thing that we need to correct is our view of facilitators as brokers and commission agents. We are anything but. There was a time when this world survived without facilitators. Then that is when people were going to the Cleveland clinics, the Mayo clinics, the Harvard medicals, etc. They didn't need an introduction. They were chasing quality. They got there on their own steam, and they were taken very good care of. And the brands became what they are known as today, how we know them today. So that is all history. But when the medical tourism started in the reverse direction, people needed direction giving. And that is where facilitators came in. And what we did was a lot more than just be the brokers and the commission agents. We were all of those. These are attributes of a facilitator. And I am not given to any self-aggrandizement. These are actually functions that are performed by a facilitator. And if I were to sum it up, in one term, I would call a facilitator a patient advocate. Because we exercise patient advocacy, we represent the patient's interest at every step of the way. At every step that the patient needs to go through in the care pathway. And we cover the non-clinical pathway before the treatment takes place and the post-treatment pathway. And that is what shapes the experience of the patient when walking away from treatment, and that is what makes a story either worth telling or one that is forgettable. So we do make a difference. And that is what I would like to suggest when we say that facilitators are the future of access to healthcare. Note the word access to healthcare. And I say that, why? Because we have only as yet scraped the tip of the opportunity. And we have done so because we are so cautious, we think that this opportunity is actually an iceberg that we are going to crash into, and our boat is going to sink to the bottom of the sea. But that is for good reason. Why? Because half of the world's population does not have access to healthcare. And facilitation to access to healthcare, this is the non-sexy content of it. This is the more serious content of it, I would like to suggest. This is how the disparities exist in child mortality, as high as 10%, as low as 3.8% in infants under 5. And what do they die of? Diarrhea, malaria, and pneumonia. All perfectly preventative. How do we measure healthcare? We've had various figures thrown at us. Back in 2002, McKinsey came up with a famed report that said India would be a healthcare destination worth $10 billion by the year 2010. Did they say how many people were going to have access to healthcare? So let's get our measures right. Where is the problem? Where did we go wrong? When we say inverse healthcare, the richest have the greatest access to healthcare. Look at this lovely island of prosperity called Düsseldorf, and look at the amazing facilities that exist over here. Dare I suggest that there is latent capacity? Yeah? And that needs to be utilized, because what that will do is bring some economies of scale and push the prices down, because the next thing that's affecting us is impoverishing care, where 100 million people a year are being pushed into poverty because of the costs of healthcare. And care is fragmented. I'll give you my personal example. If I go to the GP and I am to be referred to a consultant, I'm told, fine, we'll make a referral, you'll get an appointment in time, and I say, well, shouldn't I be having some tests before I go to the consultant to have maximum benefit of my time with them? No, if the consultant thinks it wise, they will recommend, and you'll have the tests then. And I said, what then? Well, if there's something wrong, we'll call you. If not, you're all good. Is that good enough for a first world country? For the British NHS? Is that good enough, I ask you? And I suggest not. Now, I am one of the privileged in that environment. Look at those who are under the subsistence level in terms of healthcare. And there's unsafe care. While I'm at fragmented care, my interaction with Christian yesterday, we talked about Deutsche Klinik Allianz, and how every specialty is under one roof. All the diagnostics take place under one roof. Now that's the kind of facilities that you want in any autonomous healthcare facility. I'll give you an example of the Czech Republic, where Altoa are coming up. They've got curative, they've got palliative. So they have the hospital, they have the rehabilitation. And now they're coming up with diagnostic centers, all under the one roof. So that's an example of how people are making a difference. There is this realization creeping in, but it's in isolation, it's in bits and pieces. What is the outlook? We can either observe a minute's silence over here and say our last rites for healthcare in the world that we exist in, or we need to think out of the box and make some fresh thinking on how these economies of scale can be achieved. Reaching the 4 billion who do not have access to healthcare will bring economies of scale. Reaching out like the Clevelands and the Mayo Clinics to areas where they find a commercial interest will bring the economies of scale, will bring healthcare to more people. And when you talk of the 4 billion, obviously it'll be a commercial opportunity. If insurance is viable for 20,000 people, it can be viable for 200 million as well, because the probabilities will not vary by so much as to not make commercial sense. I'll leave it at that and invite my panelists who are going to help us get to the answers of where do we go from here. And I'd like to invite Aytaç Kürt from Turkey, who is a government-accredited facilitator, and he's been a hospital manager and a head of business development associated with this field since 2007, so he brings rich experience. I'd like to invite Ryan Marinkowitz, who is based in Kenya. And so where Aytaç is the home-based facilitator, Ryan is a different continent-based facilitator who's facilitating on a digital platform intercontinental healthcare travel. And in the same vein, we have Zishan Zaman, who is a doctor by profession, a facilitator by occupation, an entrepreneur by persuasion, displaced from Ukraine. He's presently located in Glasgow, and he is carrying out his business of clinics on call from Glasgow to various parts of the world intercontinentally. Very welcome, gentlemen. If I may start by asking this question about how do we improve the non-clinical pathway, and the first step in that is how do we attract the customer? We have, through your experiences, I think, a rich resource there to dive into your opinions. Shall I begin with you, Ryan, as the digital platform and the not home-based facilitator, so wearing two hats? How do you do that? We'd like to learn from you, and how can we make it better?
Thank you very much for that. Good morning, everyone. I think, as has been mentioned here, I'm based in Kenya, so I'm the CEO of My Health, including international medical treatment. We're based in Nairobi, Kenya, but we do assist patients from all over the world, including mostly in Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia. What we do is we assist patients who reach out to us, mostly from the digital platform. We get a treatment plan for them. We obviously take them through the different options. We work with over 100 hospitals around the world. We really learn from them on what their preferences might be. That might be, is they cost conscious? If they're cost conscious, obviously we'll assist them to go to a place where healthcare is more affordable. That might be across Africa or in India or in Malaysia. If a patient is not so cost conscious, then we might assist them to go to, say, the UK, the UAE, Thailand, etc. So we don't just stop there. We get the treatment plans, we get different options. We help them to make an informed decision. We usually loop in their local doctor as well, just to ensure continuity of care when they do come back home to continue their treatment back home if need be. And then we look after them throughout the entire process when they are overseas undertaking their treatment. We also do some problem solving, so we do have some patients that might have a challenge at a hospital, due to language barriers, etc. We can always jump in and help them during that time, and then we do keep in contact with them when they do return home to ensure that they're healing well. If they have any challenges, that they can reach out to us. We'll coordinate with a specialist back home and try and get that sorted.
Thank you very much. Zishan, how would you contrast that with your experience having been in Ukraine, where you started your business, and now being displaced to Glasgow? How has that affected you?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. My journey has been with kind of ups and downs in terms of business, but it worked fine for me because we launched our company in the time of COVID-19. So it was already, a problematic era for, medical tourism industry. So I launched a company in by end of 2020. We developed it in such a way so that we can manage it on kind of a remote basis. I have team working with me from 7 or 8 countries, roughly. There are doctors involved in that, there are marketing people, there are content writers, SEO, etc. So I was not much affected with the war in Ukraine because, everyone was basically on remote basis. So we had to just put our strategies right, and things were working fine for us. Now, as your question was about how we attract our clients. So basically in that, I can throw light later on a bit more on the technology side, and also give a little detail on the human side of it, because these are the factors which have to go on parallel to make a product something which is viable, something which can sustain for long term. So you cannot be good at only the human side by having a good expertise. You need to be, you need to be loving the technology, all the, the ongoing changes, all the updates which are coming from Google or from AI now. You should be constantly updating yourself with that. So I think just with the basic.
Etaj, you are a home-based or destination-based facilitator. How does your experience, or do you feel advantaged in some way compared to the other gentlemen?
Yeah, actually, being in localization as a facilitator, we have chance to organize all the stakeholders who is in a part of this journey, you have chance to observe and be a part of all the activities. I want to tell much more about faults, about the journey which the patients has experienced about from beginning to end. I think there are many different type of faults in facilitating procedures. If you want, I can give some samples.
We can go through the other steps, but for the moment, I mean, do you feel empowered based in the destination?
Yeah, exactly, because you know the local needs, the patient's needs, and the facilitators, as a facilitator, the hospital's capabilities. So you need, you have chance to engage direct clinic and the patients with a fast way. That's the most advantage one.
Both of you gentlemen are obviously referring patients to other destinations, and you're not yourself there either. How empowered do you feel to represent those providers that you are actually referring patients to?
So I would say that it requires quite some time to spend in industry before realizing who can be your potential partners. Like there are so many options to collaborate with, but the ones who should fulfill your criteria, I mean those who can satisfy the needs of your patients, are few. I can be blunt, you know. So not everyone is ready for medical tourism. Not every country, not every clinic. There are only few players who have done a lot of their homework and they have trained their people and they know how to, you know, satisfy the patients. So this requires actually, this is the key point, because we can, you know, collaborate with hundreds of clinics or, you know, doctors, but if our patients are not happy, if our service is not up to the mark, then there is no point on having this big network, yeah? So you should be having a network of few, but the best ones.
I see you nodding in agreement, Ryan. Is that what you're...
Yeah, absolutely. So we get approached probably every week by, you know, a lot of different medical facilities around the world, and we're very careful and very selective on who we work with. You know, I think I always ask myself the question, will I go there for medical treatment? And if the answer is no, then we will never work with them. So completely agree. It's, you know, we want to feel confident that when we are assisting a patient to go for medical treatment, that they not only have the medical expertise, but they also have the ability to look after that patient, you know, if anything sort of arises there.
Let me ask the next question. How do you feel that the providers can empower you even further, strengthen your hand in making that representation? Will a physical presence in the countries that you have an audience help? A referral and diagnostic center, for instance? I mean, we've seen the example of Turkey, where they have established 4 hospitals in Bulgaria. They've come into Germany. Dunia Göz, the eye hospitals, are in Frankfurt. And they're doing very well over there. They've gone to the Netherlands. Is there a case for those buying a share of the healthcare tourism industry to establish a presence in these countries where they have an audience?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think a really good you know, example of that is Bumrungrad. They do work with a medical facilitator in Myanmar, and they did establish joint clinics. And so what happens is, obviously that's on the primary care side, they do a bit of diagnostics as well, but then if a patient does need to go for actual medical treatment, then, and they've gone to that clinic in Myanmar, then they now refer them to Thailand or to Bumrungrad. So that's a good example of sort of that joint country expertise with the hospital, and yeah, having that ability to refer more patients.
Etaj, we experienced through COVID-19 how people started to go more and more digital, and we started seeing telephone consultations and video consultations taking place. Has that sustained in the post-COVID period?
Actually, due to COVID period, the patients limited for traveling around for a while. And so the system changed mostly as a digital, as a second opinion or telemedicine way. So patients need to keep going their, solving their health problems by digitalization model. But after COVID has finished, expired, still we have changed our strategy and system integrated with digital platforms and telemedicine system, which helps detect the correct examination or treatment procedures to patients more fastly and more accurately. That makes the procedure planning more...
Which are the treatments that you're concentrating on mainly?
Actually, orthopedics and physical therapy, and plus cardiovascular surgery and oncological treatments.
So this is all serious stuff, as are you two gentlemen.
Yeah.
Your main focus is
elective surgeries.
Elective surgeries, right? So how has this, has this been in practice? Is there a transmission of radiographs, for instance, of MRI reports, etc., of synchronous or asynchronous consultations with the consultants, between the consultants and the patients?
Yeah, absolutely. We adopted telemedicine and remote second medical opinions just before the onset of COVID. We did that in partnership with one of our hospitals just to test it out for international patients when we identified that COVID could become sort of an issue. We're lucky enough to get that sort of up and running early into the pandemic. But we still do telemedicine consultations. We collect all the medical reports, the MRI reports, CT scans, anything that's required. We do send that to the specialists overseas to review that before the telemedicine consultation. They then have a video consultation with the patient to discuss the case. We find that telemedicine is a good way just to build trust and confidence for patients before they decide to travel. So sometimes a patient might have 2 or 3 telemedicine consultations with different specialists just to build that trust and confidence, and then they can decide to travel. So telemedicine is sort of a key component of what we do. Also remote second medical opinions, where you just collect all the medical reports, send it off to a specialist, they review it, they do a case review, and then they also have a telemedicine consultation, so we do both of those as well.
You are in a disadvantaged area, and I'm sorry to stick to you and keep you under fire, but you are in a disadvantaged area. Do you see that a wider adoption of this to enable people who are disadvantaged, who are deprived of access to healthcare, to actually find healthcare facilities and be able to get access to healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. So we assist patients, we like to say that we can assist a patient as long as they have a smartphone, doesn't matter where they are located. I can give an example of a patient that we assisted recently. The daughter reached out to us. She was in Nairobi in Kenya. The mother was about 6 hours outside of Nairobi. She had been complaining of severe stomach issues for quite some time. She kept going to the local hospital. She kept being diagnosed with H. pylori. She given medication, told to go home. This happened, continued for a couple of years. Then the daughter reached out to us because the mother was in severe pain. We tried to speak with her to encourage her to come to Nairobi to see a gastroenterologist. She refused. She said, no, let me just go to the local facility again. And after a while, she called back and we set up a telemedicine consultation with a gastroenterologist in Kenya. They had a video consultation. The doctor convinced the patient to come in after coming the 6-hour journey, saw the doctor. After some additional tests, she would refer to an oncologist in our network, and unfortunately she was diagnosed with stomach cancer and given 6 months to live. But it just highlights the need for platforms like ours to be able to assist patients no matter where they are to get access to specialists.
What I'm getting at is the physical presence of a provider by way of a referral and diagnostic center in those countries that you represent but are not physically present yourself, but the patients are present. And so if they were to come there and have specialist mobility to provide the benefit of one to many, rather than many coming to the one provider or the one facilitator and seeking assistance, if they were to go have satellite centers in these destinations where you're serving people from and provide better access to a greater population, would that account for an increase in the volume?
Okay, so I think this is more in domain of, I would say, like the hospital's management rather than as a medical facilitator, which I should answer.
I think we need to stick our neck out.
Yeah, but if we see it in terms of scaling, for example, then as a facilitator, for me, it is very difficult to go and build a diagnostic center, just saying as an example, in each and every country from where I'm getting my client, because I'm mostly working online, on which I'm dependent upon not offline meetings.
We are in our comfort zone, aren't we? We are in our comfort zone. And I am reminded of what the first speaker today, Ilhan, said. Am I getting your name right, sir? Possibly not. But what you mentioned about each one of us being an influencer, and I think we need to question ourselves. If our livelihood depends upon this, do we owe something back to the environment that we take so much away from? And the answer is probably yes, on a personal plane, on the plane of a community, a society, government, and politicians. I think we need to plow back some of that into it, and so as facilitators, we need to plow back this trust into the providers to say, step out, mates. If you want to benefit a greater number, if you want to really have more business, then let's do the talking now. Let's have you walk the talk and go out to the unfamiliar territories and be the satellite referral and diagnostic centers, which also double up as rehabilitation centers later. Does that make sense? I mean, the Clevelands will go out and do it because they have a brand to project. But here, we're looking for patients.
Well, same kind of question was raised yesterday about the German hospitals, if they should have been, if they should have branches elsewhere in other countries. So there are many challenges involved to it. You know that you have to go through all the legislation.
It's a political question.
It's a political question. So as a facilitator, I'm repeating that it's not in my domain to give my expertise on it. Yeah?
I understand.
So I'll stick to the points where I think I'm good at, where I have my personal experience, and will try to throw more light on that. So regarding the telemedicine, this is of course a great opportunity. There is exchange of information. The other thing which we can, for example, assist with is that bringing doctors from some facilitators, for example, to
if we can just move on to the next question with you, which is about the patient facilitation whilst they're there at the destination, and how strongly do you feel your hands are strengthened in keeping the patient satisfied? Does the patient remain in touch with you or gets transferred to the international hospital department?
Very good question. Yeah, it is more relevant to something which I wanted to discuss as well, which is the human side of our conversation. So if we see that in terms of like in healthcare field, if someone wants to become a doctor, he has to go through certain training, certain licensing, certain, strictest of the exams, strictest of the language, skills, etc. Then when you are thinking about the medical institutes, they have to follow a lot of, parameters to open their institutes. So healthcare is something which is a very sensitive area. Now we look at the facilitation job, our companies, the medical, tourism agencies, there is no barrier to entry. Nobody's asking you about regulation, nobody's asking you about the licensing, nobody's asking you that if, for example, your coordinator who is assisting your patients, is he trained enough to assist patient? Is he having any medical background to assist the patient? For example, I'm receiving patient for cancer treatment, at least I should have some knowledge about, cancer.
That's a very valid point that you make over there. When you're a doctor, you have an advantage, but there are others like me who are not doctors, who are not medical professionals, who've learned the trade over the last so many years on the job. And so this is a very important aspect, and that calls actually for better coordination and the joining hands between the facilitators and the providers so that they act as one. And that is the lesson we need to take away from this particular observation. Coming to you, Etaj, when the patient goes away, goes back home, is that the end of contact? How do you provide patient post-operative care?
Actually, it depends on the surgical procedure. They have some stage of the follow-ups. Ordinarily, for example, 1 month later, our doctors who had surgery with the patient, they are following up their post-operative procedures, and they are getting back their latest situation, their X-rays or other medical updated forms. So we are ensuring that the patient's surgery went well and the patient is totally satisfied situation. And the treatment doesn't finish discharging from hospital. It follows up till home and it keeps going at least 6 months, 1 year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that we are short of time, so thank you very much for your attention. We could have gone on. And this is a subject that's very close to my heart. I'm very passionate about it, and I think there is a lot more that needs to be said and done in order for us to get our act right. We are privileged sitting here. But there is an underprivileged world out there. We celebrate, there was one particular slide that I missed which said there's a patient day that is celebrated once a year. And we have a Father's Day and a Mother's Day. So these are days because this is a bit of a conspiracy against all those people who the other 364 days are forgotten and out of mind. So do you have a question? The only question. No question? One question, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I have one question regards on the platform. So to Ryan or Suzanne, on which criteria you choose your hospitals for your platform?
Sorry,
On which criteria you choose your
What is the criteria?
Yeah, yeah. So basically, there are general questions related to for example, the service of coordination. For example, how much fast a clinic can respond on certain queries if we provide it with all the documents, etc. Then there is requirement related to multilingual staff if they have the coordinators, for example, for different regions who can assist our patients if there is need to. Then if there are, for example, translators available in clinic. Certain other criteria can be logistics, etc. If the clinic is providing, for example, the pickup and transfer from airport, assistance with accommodation, etc. So those are the things. If we go into the accreditations, then we check, of course, hospital accreditation.
Can we
the JCI.
Do this on a one-on-one, please? Yeah? Sorry about that. I'm so sorry, Mariam.
Yes.
I apologize, but thank you. Leila?
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the fruitful discussion. Which I would like to know is that from being a facilitator, is that how would you maintain the continuity of care of your patient with their physician back home? Thank you.
Yeah, so just a quick answer on that one. What we do, if the local doctor has been involved in the entire process, we give them updates. We send the medical reports from the treating hospital overseas back to the local doctor. If there's any challenges, we can set up a call between the local doctor and the overseas doctor to discuss the case. And obviously, if the patient is having any challenges recovering, then they can get on a call and have a call with a specialist overseas just to advise on the next steps. Maybe they need another, diagnostic test to be able to send back to the overseas doctor to be able to advise on next steps.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I only hope that we have managed to plant a seed in a plowed field of a plant that will provide for fruits for a larger share of the population. It's a commercial opportunity. We're not asking for a charitable outreach. It's a commercial opportunity that waits with economies of scale to come in, prices of healthcare to go down, and the benefit to spread to a wider population. We are privileged. Let the others also enjoy the benefits of good healthcare, prosperity, and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this exciting panel. And I'm sure there will be many takeaways from it. But now, knowing the rules by which giants play is key to having a place at their table. As we speak, health insurance corporations are delving into several modalities that could impact the landscape of medical tourism worldwide. The coming panel discussion might be your cheat sheet to elevate your business to the next level. Moderated by Person of the Year 2022, Business Award nominee and CEO of World Medical Tourism, Natalia Yudina, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear guests, welcome to the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress. It is with great pleasure and honor that I shared before you today as a moderator of the session ready to play with the big guys. This session brings together renowned insurance companies to discuss and explore the exciting realm of health and wellness tourism. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to organizers of this event. We are privileged to have this platform. The industry leaders and experts can gather to exchange ideas, share insights, and foster collaboration. As the moderator of this session, I'm thrilled to lead our discussion on the challenges, opportunities, and strategies within the realm of health and wellness tourism. Our first speaker is Tibut Liminski, a specialist in employers' benefit plans from Allianz. He is a specialist in the international health insurance business. His expertise in the optimizing insurance coverage will offer the invaluable insights into wide range of health-related benefits in the market. You're welcome. Our second speaker is Alejandra Castellanos, a consultant providing network and medical auditor in Mexico for Best Doctor Insurance. With her profound understanding of insurance solutions and their impact on the global healthcare access, Alejandra will shed light on the role of insurance companies in driving the growth of health and wellness tourism.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, after this panel finishes, please keep your questions to the one-on-one sessions. We will not be taking questions after this panel. Thank you very much. Enjoy the panel.
Together, our speaker will bring the wealth of knowledge and expertise to our discussion, sharing us on the main trends, best practice in the insurance industry. I would like to give the floor to you.
So, thank you very much for inviting us and to have a speech here on the panel, how to play with the big guys. Everybody knows Allianz is an insurance company, but we also do other things. We have entities who's handling the whole healthcare system of a company, like an administration model. We have some TPAs here around. We do this also to save the money of the clients, because insurance always costs money. When we as insurer takes a risk, as a risk carrier, the client has to pay for it. And if the client has the possibility to take the risk by their own, it's much cheaper to do it and to search for an administrator who can handle the claims and the patients worldwide. But what is the challenge for us in medical tourism? I would say the first thing is, when we talk about medical tourism, we talk about sick people. And sick people, it's not really the best clients for the insurer. Of course, we have to insure also these people, but for this you need a big collective. That means about 5,000 people or more. Just to give you an example, a private health insurer in Germany, when they start up with a tariff, they have to reach 5,000 people. If not, they have to transfer these people to the tariff before. So to survive, a collective needs more about 5,000 people to balance the risk in the collective. So this is one challenge, how to insure these people. So we have two possibilities. They are insured before. They did a health check when they was healthy. And the second thing is we have a risk carrier where we don't need a health check. For example, a Ministry of Health. An example we did for the Ministry of Health of Saudi Arabia, the claim handling for about 2.3 billion US dollar, 25,000 claims. And we created with them together a service codes, like ECDs in Europe. There wasn't ECD codes in Saudi Arabia, and we created with them only individual codes to handle their claims which they had actually.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. Well, insurance company like Best Doctors, which are international private medical companies, we have a crucial role in both abroad and in the residence country, because healthcare cost has been increasingly steadily, and it's been exacerbated by the impact of the pandemic. So we are a player in financing healthcare. And we are facing a challenge because the healthcare costs are very high, about 20 to 30%. So we are seeking for partners, for hospital providers, all the chain that provides health. And we are looking worldwide to offer quality service, quality medical service, combined with cost containment. So we are trying to look for providers that can give that to our clients that want attention worldwide.
Thank you so much for sharing. That's really important. And with the increasing popularity of medical tourism, how can insurance companies contribute to maintaining high-quality standards and patient safety in healthcare facilities across different countries?
Yeah, like Alessandra already said, we are the balance keeper for the money between patient and facilitator. And of course, the facilitator needs to be paid for this, what he did. But the member doesn't want to pay the laxus or treatments which were not done. And we are the balance keeper so that the system has future. Because when somebody takes too much, the balance doesn't work anymore. And to make this job, to make the cost containment, which Alessandra already said, we have to check both sides. Of course, the member make fraud. Yeah? So one is insured and the whole family goes to the doctor. This is typical for Africa, for example. But on the other side, we have also the medical provider. There we have medical provider management in Brussels and Dublin, who checks our medical provider network. We have over 1 million medical provider on direct contract over the world, 40,000 in Europe, 800 in the US. Why we have so much in the US? Because the medical provider network needs to be checked constantly in non-regulated market. In Europe, for example, only 40,000, you say we have, I don't know, 4 million facilitators. Yeah, but we have regulated market here. We have a law, medicine law, we have clearly DRGs, we have GOA, we have, everything is regulated. Even if you want to buy something, stuff for your facility, everything has to be certificated. And this we call regulated market. So there we don't need really constantly medical provider management because it's already regulated. But in non-regulated market like the US, where the doctor can say, I need this, and you have to pay it or leave it, or in Africa, where we have not only the fraud from the member, also fraud from the medical provider management, there you need really a direct billing network, which has to be checked every year. And this keeps the balance so that medical tourism is affordable and can be financed by the whole parties, the whole stakeholders of the system.
Thank you, Alejandra. What can you say?
Thank you. Medical tourism has become a key point for the company because our clients are based in Latin America and they seek attention in other countries. Since we are very close to the United States, we are looking for providers that have high quality medical services. I didn't say it before, but I'm also a doctor and I'm in charge of the provider network. So what we are seeking is offering our clients different hospitals abroad and in Europe, because we know that the medical quality in Europe is very high and equal to the United States, but with lower costs. And our strategy is that the partners that we work with, they work with us like one entity. That the client can see us as one, because if they offer good services to our clients, they offer good service to us, and it becomes a great medical service and experience. So we're seeking for both, and when I say that we are looking forward to work as an entity, is because we want them also to take care of the cost for the company, and that's how we want to work. And we seek for quality service because we are not sacrificing high medical standards for the price.
In your opinion, what are the most important considerations for insurance companies when designing insurance plans tailored specifically for medical and wellness tourism? How can these plans effectively address the unique needs, the expectation for travelers?
So, when we act as an insurer, we have a table of benefit. And we can calculate everything, so it depends really on what the client will pay, the group payer normally. And when we act as TPA, we create the table of benefit with the client together, and the rules, service levels, and the rules of medical provider management. So we ask the client what he wants, and then we can make nearly everything possible. And we help them with detailed table of benefits, explanation if it's necessary or not. We can even put wellness programs inside. We have also security inside programs, so when you're leaving to a critical country, so it depends really on the clients. We want to fit the need of the client, and that we see in directly negotiations. Yeah.
Thank you.
So our company doesn't have tailor-made products, but almost, because we offer service. We promise them if they buy an insurance, health insurance with us, they'll be side by side with us when they have a disease. So we attend all the needs they have, and in medical tourism, this is this is very well cared because we go with them like hand by hand to take them to the country. They want to have service. They put we make all the deals with the hotels, with persons that can speak the language, the family needs. So we are not a tailor-made company, but we have that service with them, to them.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Leminsky, you are an economist, yeah? Could you elaborate on the potential economic impact the insurance companies can have on the development of health and wellness tourism destination, for example, for Düsseldorf? How can they contribute to the growth of local economies while ensuring fair pricing for consumers?
Yeah, there we are very limited. We are a health insurer and we are concentrated on medical expenses. Alejandra does more, hotel accommodation, flight, everything like this. We don't do this. You need a special license when you do this. So we are concentrated really on medical expenses and to see, okay, what kind of clinics we can offer or we can choose for the client. When he asks us for a clinic, of course, we have then a direct billing network and also specialists where we say for this diagnostic, it's better you go to Düsseldorf or to Cologne, Berlin, whatever. It depends on the diagnostic where we accompany him.
Thank you. What do you mean?
Well, I think I said it before, but we do go with the client almost hand to hand with them, but we also care for cost containment because we need to make healthcare affordable and to make a long relationship with the insured. So we also take good care of medical expenses like you do, but we also offer this service, like this very close service to the client.
And what innovation insurance solutions do you envision that can facilitate the expansion of medical and wellness tourism, especially in terms of coverage for treatment, for example, gap insurance, so maybe you have another option?
Actually, not really. We are working on a lot of services beside the core plan, but I think this is just have a good feeling. It doesn't have really impact for the economy. It's just a good feeling for the client. For example, pay and claim back by an application. He makes a picture, sends the invoice directly to the claim department, and 24 hours later, because of digitalization, he has his money. Yeah, but there is no thinking about having special plans for medical tourism. As I told on the beginning, this is not really the specific client for the insurance company, and I think the insurance company has to look overall to find solutions where these people can get in. Yeah. And to find solutions, for example, for big ministries or for big companies who can take the risk by themselves. There we can find, of course, individual solutions to fit their solutions, their needs on the country they want. Yeah.
So what we are doing is, we are doing two things. First, we are working on prevention. We are designing preventive checkups and that are well addressed to the age of our clients, and so that could lower the risk of high-cost treatments if you can identify on time the diagnosis. So that's one thing we're doing. And in medical tourism, we are already working with hospitals in Europe, and it's working very well. And we are trying to expand this to other countries. That's why we are here in Germany.
We should go on. And how can insurance companies collaborate with healthcare providers and travel agency to create a seamless experience for insured individuals seeking medical and wellness services abroad?
Yep, one is telemedicine directly. This helps a lot. The second thing is, I think, we see the hospital more in the position to make services like accommodation, hotel, flight, and something like this, because he is at least the one who is the nearest by the client when the treatment will be done. We are just a bank, a payer, administrator, and we can offer a lot of services by digital, but at the end, the trust is at the touch point, doctor and patient.
Well, that's a key point in medical tourism, because you can offer a hospital and say, well, we have this great hospital in our network, it has the best doctors in the world, it has like great infrastructure, but if we don't take if we don't know that the patient comes with family and the patient is in a difficult moment of their life, it doesn't matter if you give them a great hospital or a great doctor if you don't think that they are going to be out of their country and they need to be very well received and feel welcome to the country. So all the agencies that can make this environment to the patient play a big role, because I think it's part of the success for medical tourism.
And what challenges do insurance companies face in providing coverage for medical and wellness tourism? I mean, travel insurance, health insurance. How can these challenges be overcome to ensure comprehensive and accessible insurance options for travelers seeking such services?
The medical checkup by individuals. This is the most challenge we have, to see if the person can come to the collective or if we need to have a waiting period or a higher premium. We can solve this problem by groups. When we have 10 employees, there's no medical check anymore. The same thing with TPA. Who pays the fund? Who decides who can in? So we have also funds, for example, where only injured people are insured. So the group payer is military. We can't insure military, so they have a TPA fund, and they decide who is covered by this fund or not. So we have one person who says, this person, this date of birth, please put it in the plan and handle everything. So we can solve the challenge with the health check by groups, creating groups. So we have little collectives, and that makes it easier. And as TPA, there is no challenge. We can do everything.
Yes. So the challenge we face is that the mindset of our clients. So what we are doing to promote medical tourism is to to get closer the hospital and the client, so that they can know the providers they can get to, but we are doing it by presenting and getting close the provider and the client.
And lastly, both of you, as industry experts, what advice would you give to insurance companies looking to enhance their involvement in the medical and wellness tourism sector, and what opportunities do you see for collaboration within the industry?
I would see it now from a view of a really big company. We have to change our habitats, and we have to be more flexible. This is what I see on the ground when I talk to clients. In the international business, we have different cultures, and that means also little thing, an application has to be different programmated. So, and this is the most challenge for us as big company to get more to the client centricity, to the culture centricity of the market.
Well, they need to be more flexible. I agree with you, because I think when people think about an insurance company, see just like a company that finances health, and it's true, but they also think that we need to be looked as companies that take care of people when they are sick, and not only a very rigid structure that pays for health services.
Thank you so much. So our session ready to play with the big guys draws to a close. I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this panel. And now, fasten your seatbelts, because we are going on a journey to an archipelago of 7,641 islands, that is the Philippines. Director Paulo Benito Togbang of the Department of Tourism will be leading a panel discussion of his countrywomen and men in order to talk about Philippines as a case study for the next generation of destinations for health and wellness tourism. Please, Director Benito, you are now called to the stage.
So good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see all familiar faces again that I've met just yesterday. But kidding aside, our topic for this morning is about the Philippines as a next generation for healthcare and an emerging destination for health, wellness, and medical tourism. Let me call on the members of our panel. First, we have Director Charlene Zabala-Batin, who is the Regional Director for Metro Manila under the Department of Tourism of the Philippines. We also have Mr. Lawrence Sibayan, the Vice President for Managed Care of the Medical City, one of the biggest hospital chains in the Philippines, under one brand. And of course, we also called Dr. Ralph de las Alas, the co-founder and president of Urban Smiles Dental Clinic, also one of the biggest dental chains in the Philippines. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, what we really want to do with this panel is just make it more colloquial and more comfortable. We've observed that panels usually are very strict in terms of like following a specific type of format, but we really just wanted this to be more conversational so people would feel comfortable and really have that flow of ideas, talking about the Philippines as an emerging destination and as a country that provides for health tourism products. As we all know, there's a global growth in the flow of patients in terms of traveling from one area to another to avail of healthcare services. And the Philippines has been trying to position itself for the past 20 years or so alongside with Southeast Asia as the destination of choice, especially from people from the West. The first thing I'd want to ask is, having been in the medical tourism industry for quite some time, what trends for travel have you observed in terms of your patients? I want to start with Lo.
Okay, well, first, good morning, everybody. There are a lot of changes in the medical tourism space, particularly post the height of the pandemic. So, of course, we have defined medical tourism as people coming to the country for medical treatment, wellness, and what have you. But because of the challenges that the pandemic has posted, with the challenges on mobility of people coming from one place to another, we had to adopt accordingly. And that is how a lot of the medical tourism providers in the Philippines have shifted not just from digital transformation, but digital acceleration. Although, of course, that remains to be quite challenging because a lot of the providers in the Philippines would play in the medical tourism arena through the insurances, right? And there are certain regulatory provisions in different countries on how our doctors are able to see patients, and that is how we do not get covered by the insurances. But a lot of the patients who have actually gotten into our facilities were through teleconsultation. And the teleconsultation or the telehealth that I am talking about can be both, how it's in school, we are saying synchronous and asynchronous. There is also synchronous and asynchronous telehealth. Synchronous is when you get to see the patient or your medical providers get to see the patient right away and discuss all their concerns when there are certain technologies available for the patient that they can attach to themselves so the doctors can assess accordingly. And then another one is the one that's deferred or the asynchronous, where the doctors collect all the information, medical information of the patient and make an assessment. So, so that was actually the silver lining as far as the medical city is concerned during the pandemic. And we have worked really hard with the Department of Health and the Department of Tourism that despite the challenges of bringing in patients because of the mobility issues, we were still able to bring in patients, particularly from our core markets in the Guam and the Pacific. So that is one, telehealth. And then we have also noted quite an exponential growth of patients looking for second opinion. And we are quite, we take it as a feather in our hat that the medical city is among the providers that they actually looked for second opinion. And that is why recently we have launched a center. It's called the Center for Diagnostic Medicine or our Second Opinion Clinic, which now caters to patients from all over the world through telehealth as well. Because this has also improved the cost as far as cost efficiency is concerned. We have seen patients before where they would come to the Philippines and then it is actually just a mere checkup, that they could have done in their country. But because of the aid of the telehealth and the second opinion clinic, we are able to actually preclude unnecessary costs of patients or travel to the Philippines and still be able to provide the care that they need.
That's something very interesting to hear. Knowing that patients usually travel with two purposes. Either they travel because the care that they need is not available in the country of origin or in their country of domicile. Or second is, they want to look for cheaper alternatives with the healthcare that they receive in that country. Charlene, what do you think is the role of the government, especially because we at the Department of Tourism work alongside with the Department of Health in really seeking for these markets to come to the country and to facilitate these markets to avail of care from our partner facilities and our hospitals within the Philippines and really promote the Philippines as a destination. What do you think is the essential role of our government in terms of really putting forward medical tourism as a primary product, a tourism product?
As coming from the Department of Tourism, handling National Capital Region, where the major gateway for the Philippines is located, which is the Ninoy Aquino International Airport. As alike of the experience of the medical city, even during the pandemic, we were receiving medical tourists. And that was the most challenging times of all because of all the restrictions. However, we were able to push through. So underlying this now are the times that we are in now, where it's more easy and facilitative. The role of the government is not just to create that enabling environment, but also coordinate with other government agencies like the Department of Health, the Immigration, Department of Foreign Affairs, to create that environment of facilitation for medical tourists and their families.
So it's really about product development, marketing, promotions.
And a whole of government approach in looking at medical tourism in general, not just for the National Capital Region, but for the rest of the country.
Yes. Because right now, if you really look at medical tourism on a medical perspective, being a doctor, it really really shifts the mindset of the patient as a consumer of care to from a mindset that the patient is a citizen that has a right for healthcare services in their country to a person who is a consumer that needs really to avail of healthcare, because unfortunately those healthcare needs are not necessarily available in their country, or it's too expensive for them to be able to afford, which is sad. But volleying the conversation on costs, I want to throw this to Ralph because he has been receiving a lot of clients from many parts of the world. What has been the major comment of patients coming to your institution in terms of how much they save in terms of cost for procedures?
I'm part of the fastest growing dental chains in the Philippines, and putting that into consideration, we have a very high social media engagement. That's why we are used to catering different patients from all types or from all parts of the world. So mostly the procedures being offered in our clinic are less expensive. However, the quality of service is of course at par with other countries like America, Europe, and Australia.
So again, I'll volley this to Law because we've been talking about quality of service. What does it really mean to say that the Philippines as a destination also has great quality of service compared to our counterparts in Malaysia and Singapore, as well as in other parts of the world?
Okay, so before I answer that, Doc Pao, I just want to make a comment to what Shar mentioned a while ago about the support of the government as a spin-off from a couple of discussions a while ago when the good gentleman was talking about how us at the medical tourism can actually still be able to provide public health equally, because it's a little counterintuitive, right? Because we are all here, and of course we know that the objective of medical tourism is to drive business as far as a country is concerned. But I think what is really good at the Philippines is that we are able to strike that good balance, especially with the implementation of the universal health at the moment. Because it's a little counterintuitive that you are able to receive foreigners in your country, and yet you are not able to provide the basic care for your fellow men and countrymen. So I think that is one thing that the government is looking at, and how the medical tourism can also be instrumental in furthering the support to the initiatives of the public health. But to the point of Dr. Paulo, of of course, there are several metrics, when we talk about quality, and I think we can all agree that as far as quality is concerned, we always look at clinical outcomes. So that's what we have been tracking, particularly for the flagship programs of the Medical City and in the Philippines in general. We were talking about yesterday how the medical tourism started in the Philippines with the Philippine Heart Center, because by then it was the only recognized heart center in the region that is able to do a lot of the procedures, and that is exactly what we're doing. We're tracking the clinical outcomes, and I think this is one of the value propositions of the Philippines, because given the large base of our countrymen and our fellow men, which we have done all these procedures to, we are able to also extend it to our visitors, particularly our medical tourists. But more than quality, I think where the Philippines is headed to is value. We mentioned a while ago cost, yes, and now we mention quality. And I think this is where the Philippines is headed to, not just as a country providing value-based care to its people, but to more than our people, to our guests as well. I think we can all agree, and you guys can argue that Philippines right now is actually one of the countries that would provide really high quality of medical services at the least cost possible.
Yes. Can I interject?
Of course.
We were talking about value, quality. Can I also include that certain level of care? Because the Filipinos are known to be the best in healthcare across the world. I mean, we send out our nurses, we send out our medical professionals elsewhere, and they have been providing the best absolute compassionate care even here in Germany as nurses. So that's one thing, and you get all of that in the Philippines.
So we really round that up, no? We were talking about quality of care. We do talk about value in terms of cost management, and we can all find that in the Philippines. I also am very happy that a lot talked about universal healthcare, something that's really a flagship program of our government that really do not try to disenfranchise the Filipino people, because medical tourism can really create a two-tiered system, right? It's really putting a divide between what public health is and what private healthcare is. And the more we displace people from the private healthcare system, especially the middle class, the more they encroach towards the public health system where the poor usually receive their care. So that access to care that was actually talked about by the gentleman earlier is something that we've been very particular in the Philippines in terms of developing this product, the medical tourism product, so that health equity will not be something of a big issue. And it's really about engaging the private sector and creating that system that really works with the public health sector in terms of providing for care. It's not really, they're not really competing with each other. Speaking of competition, I think one of the biggest things in the Philippines as well is that most of our facilities practice what we call co-opetition. It's like cooperation in terms of promoting the country as a destination, but only competing when the patients already come in. What do you think are the other advantages of the Philippines in terms of, I want to volley this to Ralpha. What do you think are the other advantages of the Philippines in terms of, aside from, our best healthcare workers that we actually export out of the country, technology-wise, what do we have? Because I think a lot of people really think of the Philippines as something that's very esoteric. No? It's an island destination. It's a country with 7,641 islands. There's really not much to see in the Philippines in terms of being ahead in technology and research and development. But I also would like to beg to disagree to that. Ralph, can you tell us about the technology that you brought in terms of your practice in the Philippines?
Well, part of maintaining the quality standards of dental practice in our clinics, we equipped all our dental clinics with state-of-the-art facilities. I myself, together with my 50 more or less dental experts in my clinics. We are attending seminars wherein we are really updating ourselves with the latest trends. We are purchasing equipment. Yes, in our clinic, it is very important that before we handle foreign clients, we have to have a pre-consultation or virtual consultation to set the expectation of the clients on how long are they going to stay in the Philippines. So with that, we are also equipping our clinics with the best facilities such as the panoramic radiographs, CBCT scanners, or even intraoral scanners. So these machines are very effective in the proper diagnosis of cases. Of course, we all know that when you know the proper diagnosis, then you can give the correct and proper treatment. So apart from that, our clinics are also strategically located in different major cities in the Philippines nearby the airport. So with that, we can definitely give the best quality dental service in all our clinics.
Yeah, so I would just like to add to that. So it's almost the same in the medical space, you know, the medical providers in the Philippines. What we do is we send our doctors for advanced training in different parts of the world, and of course, when they come back to our institution, that's the time that they talk about all these toys that they have used and trained for in all these parts of the world, and that's how we also exercise our judgment on the acquisition. So that as far as the Philippines is concerned, that's true, Dr. Paolo, we are not lagging behind as far as the technologies are concerned. We have, like at the Medical City, we have put up what we call a Clinical Translational Research Institute. This one does 3D printing. We have just recently sent 2 people in Spain to do CAR T-cell, which is now the stem cell transplantation of our generation. So these are the things that we are doing because healthcare is ever evolving, you know, and we have to keep up in order for us to be able to provide all these services to our patients when they seek for medical care in the Philippines.
Speaking of evolving, it's important for institutions to actually recognize that patients who visit for medical tourism don't only visit because they need healthcare, right? It's actually both proactive and reactive travel. When we say reactive, it's really when you're sick, you go and seek for care because it's not available in your country. It's really quite expensive to do so. And then we do have this proactive medical travel where you go because you want to be well and you want to be not sick. This also already skirts towards wellness tourism as different but also adjunct product to medical travel. What have your institutions been up to in terms of providing the proactive type of medical travel?
Okay, so this one we did right after the restrictions have been relaxed because of the pandemic. We know for a fact that during the pandemic, healthcare has really taken a backseat. Yes. You know, a lot of people have been scared going to the hospitals because for the very reason that because they think that that is where the COVID is. But the truth is, I will be even scared to go to the grocery than the hospital, you know, because at least in the hospital, you know where the COVIDs are. In the grocery, you don't know who they are, right? But in order for us to address that, just right after all the restrictions have been relaxed, we came up, example, with a campaign. It's called Back to Health, Back to the Medical City. And we know that a huge number of our patients, medical tourists at that, enjoy shopping in the Philippines. So this package included an executive checkup, a hotel stay, 3 days, 2 nights, plus a shop hop in more than 10 shopping malls around the metro. And because of our presence in other parts of the Philippines, we did the same. Like we have the same thing at the Medical City in Iloilo, but instead of the shopping, we had the beach hop instead. So we all tucked those in. Because it was promoting wellness, and when we talk about wellness, it's not just particularly your physical wellness. So we tried as much as we can to put in all the things that would make someone really feel well when they come to the Philippines.
Before I go to Ralph to talk about something else, I want to jump to Charlene first and really talk about, because we're already skirting on the topic of integration. I really want to talk to Charlene about integration. What do you think is the most important role of government, especially in building the product of medical tourism, in integrating all adjunct products to medical travel?
Well, right now, the Philippines is open to 157 countries, visa-free for 30 days. And interestingly enough, for Israelis and Brazilians, they can stay for longer without any need for a visa for 59 days. So with that kind of policy in place, it all requires a certain degree of alignment with the other government agencies which we have started to put in play, and ensuring that the ease of travel in between our islands, and when they arrive, the end-to-end ease and experience of not just the patient, but their accompanying family will have to be at the premium. So that's what the government's role is right now, to ensure that the patient and their families coming into the Philippines would have that seamless experience, create those beautiful memories, not just of their procedures, but of the Philippines as well.
So it's really about the patient journey, starting from, as Ralph mentioned earlier, teleconsultation, also Law mentioned earlier, prior to leaving their area of domicile, to really facilitating their experience at the airport, having them fetched, creating partnerships with airlines, especially with our flagship carrier, the Philippine Airlines, in facilitating ease of travel for medical tourists, as well as creating opportunities for them to enjoy other tourism products after the service that they receive from Medical City or from any of the health facilities like Urban Smiles as well. I'd like to jump on to another topic, which is also close to what we're talking about. It's about brand equity and about branding. The Philippines is branding itself now as the next best emerging tourism destination, not only for medical tourism, but for also other products. But because we're now here in this Congress talking about medical tourism, how important is branding for you, Ralph, in terms of you being one of the most prolific dentists in the Philippines, having served really a lot of big stars, especially in the show business? How important is branding to you in terms of promoting your facilities as medical tourism destinations?
Well, one thing that I'm sure is we are a fully digital dental clinics. All of our clinics are equipped with intraoral scanners, CBCT scanners, which are very important in doing really these treatments as fast as possible, so they can enjoy their visits in the Philippines. When it comes to branding, of course, we have to agree that not all clinics in the Philippines have the same type of technology. So with that, I know I'm inviting more clients, such as the foreign clients, to visit the country. Our social media engagement is also one of the primary medium where we are really becoming more prominent in the dental practice. Since all of us agree here that since Urban Smiles is one of the top dental clinics in the Philippines, I am used to handling the celebrities, the politicians, and the well-known people in our country.
Law.
Well, I think in any business, branding would be priority,
Right.
because we all know that perception is real. Right? perception is really real, and it's up to your businesses how you actually live up to those perceptions of your customers. So as far as the Medical City is concerned, and that is how we are consistent on our branding, being with all our expansion activities across the Philippines, and even with one hospital in the Pacific, we have always called our brand the Medical City, and that is how we are today the biggest healthcare network in the Philippines, operating under the same brand. And more than that, because of all these expansions that we are doing, what we are ensuring is that the service quality, the standard level of care is different. Is the same across all our 5 hospitals in the Philippines, 1 international hospital in Guam, and 55 clinics spread all over the Philippines. Because, and as much as we can, so like what I told you, we pound on our value proposition on cost, cost efficiency, and the quality of care, because the very important channel that you have to activate when we talk about branding is your patient. So that is how we have spread the word, not just in the Philippines but around the globe, about the Medical City brand of care.
Charlene, how about you? In terms of branding Metro Manila as the destination of choice in the Philippines, My Metro Manila.
Yeah, My Metro Manila. The Philippines has always had a very solid brand internationally of warm care and amazing experiences. But for Metro Manila, just like what Dusseldorf has, a 10-minute city, Metro Manila has everything that a medical tourist would require. So we provide, just not to be too cliche, we have it all for you, would be the best statement for Manila, for us. What do you think about it? We got it all. We have the best dental clinics, most innovative, with amazing painless procedures. We have the best medical facilities through the Medical City. We have the best attractions, the best people. So simply, that's Manila for you. So come and visit. All of you are invited, because as much as we harp on how beautiful it is, how you'll all love it, you won't believe me unless you actually go there. And I know several of the people in this Congress have been, and they would be the best brand ambassadors to Metro Manila, or the Philippines for that matter.
Yeah. So Doc Pao, go ahead.
Doc Pao, I have to add that, of course, our clinics, we focus on the patient's experience. When ma'am mentioned about the painless dentistry, we have to maintain that kind of expectation, because in our clinics, putting anesthesia using the newest innovation, which is the painless anesthesia machine, wherein of course it's painless. So we market painless dentistry. Say when I perform gum contouring or removal of gums for patients with excessive gums, I use laser, so it's painless and bloodless. So I know that when patients experience this kind of dental procedures, them being witnessing or experiencing this, that's the best marketing and branding, because they can definitely tell to their fellow countrymen what they have experienced in the Philippines.
Yeah. So Doc Pao, I just have to add before the gentleman approach us.
Before we round up our discussion
nearer
to the
and
last
nearer.
topic.
I think our time is almost up. But I'd also like to highlight how in the Philippines, and we have learned over time the importance of the continuity of care. I have been hearing it quite often in this Congress. But in the Philippines, we have underscored the importance of the different types of continuity of care. Because, it's one thing that you get a referral and then take care of the patient, and then after that, that's it, You remember how I told you that it's your best vehicle would be your patients. So when we talk about continuity of care, we talk about the 3 types of continuity of care. First is informational. So meaning to say, making all the things, all the information, all the data of your patients available at their disposal when they return to their country. And even for facilitators, we make that available through a portal and direct communication with our international patient concierge. There's also the management continuity of care. By the management continuity of care, you know how it has always been a problem for medical tourists. When they get referred by their primary care physician from their country from where they're coming from to the Philippines, you know how some doctors would not anymore see them for continuity of care because they don't exactly know what the doctors have done and all that. So at the Medical City, we have always made the referring physicians part of the care team. And this was made possible by telehealth so that when there's like tumor boards or when there are multidisciplinary conference discussion with the family, the referring physicians are still involved. Because it's very important when the doctor, prescribes medicine and that medicine will not be available in the country where they're coming from, that will be a problem. And another thing, and I think which is equally important, is the relational continuity of care. Because you will never know when the patient will be coming back to you again, and when that doctor will be sending another patient to your facility.
Okay, so to round up this panel, I will have one last but very important question, especially to our healthcare providers over here. I think one of the major pillars of medical tourism is actually patient satisfaction that most of us really don't think about because after we give care, we send them home and then that's it. What are your metrics for patient satisfaction and how has it been in terms of your practice in your different facilities?
Okay, for us, of course, we measure the particular segment, the international patient segment, Net Promoter Score. So we have a Net Promoter Score. So this actually tells you how the total experience was as far as the patient is concerned. And then we also do qualitative interviews. It's part of our continuity of care, believe it or not. We have a contact center that anonymously calls the patient and asks them how their experience was and all those things. And at the same time, while they are in the hospital, our international patient concierge visit them every so often and asks them of anything that they would need. And I would always point this out every time I meet anyone about medical tourism. When you go to the Philippines, almost all of the hospitals would have x-rays, would have cath labs, and they would also have all the specialties and subspecialties. What differs from one facility to another is the patient experience. Yes. And that is how the Medical City has actually, as Doc has mentioned, has grown exponentially as far as the medical tourist is concerned because of the unique patient experience that we are extending to them.
Ralph, I'll rephrase the question a bit for you. It's about feedback. How important is feedback in terms of constantly improving your practice and constantly looking for ways to better the patient experience for your medical tourists?
Well, for us, for clients, foreign clients, we have also an international concierge wherein we are asking for evaluation. So since all of the data were taken using x-rays, radiographs, or scanners, we have a system making these data available. So once the patient is in their country, we have team of experts calling them, asking them how's the procedure. Say for an example, we have a patient who had an implant placed, a full mouth implant. So we have to ask them because we are expecting them to come back after 6 or 8 months. But of course, we have to monitor them in the next 1 or 2 weeks once they are in their country. So we have to ask them if there are emergency treatments or medications that they need. And of course, the available dental information is in our system so that their attending dentists in their country can definitely see the data if there is an emergency requirement for that. So for us, maintaining the standards of dental care that can be subjectively assessed or evaluated or objectively evaluated. When I say subjective, of course, it's the patient's evaluation. When it's objective, we know our dentists are equipped. We have a team of dental experts. We know that we meet and perform the best dental procedures. So it's the success of the ideal treatment plan. If it has been met, of course, we are sure that that would give us the best patient satisfaction evaluation.
All right, and that ends our panel for today. Thank you everyone for listening and being engaged with us. We'd like to receive some questions if there are any. If there are none.
So there's
Hadi
a very
no,
elaborate
receive it outside
no.
of this panel because we are killing the time. Thank you so much and good morning everybody.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Now I have the unexplainable urge to go to the Philippines to some of the clinics there, and I'm not even sick. So, ladies and gentlemen, you could have the most beautiful locations in the world, the most sophisticated and innovative facilities, and the most excellent care and feedback possible, but it's all for nothing if you do not have the underlying legal framework to support international clients coming to you. You can always have some of you might think it's better to ask Saul, but why ask Saul when you have Urs? Urs Breitsprecher, my next guest, is an expert attorney at law. He's expert in tax, commercial, and corporate law, and he will be leading this panel discussion, which will go on until 10:30, not to 10:20 as was declared in your booklet. The panel discussion will be about the role of accreditation in evoking trust while delivering medical and health care. I'm sorry, not 11:30, not 10:30. So,
thank you very much. Okay, it's very hard for me now after such a beautiful presentation from beautiful Philippines, and now comes a lawyer coming and talking to you. For me, it's fine, I'm talking all the time. But talking against Philippines is quite hard. The only thing I missed in your presentation, in Manila, it used to be the biggest shoe museum in the world. I have 3 girls at home. You can guess where I have to be when I was in Manila the last time. So thank you for the great presentation of your beautiful country. Before this panel, we heard about how important medical tourism is. And then we had 2 representatives of the insurance companies, and there's money involved. And when it's money involved, it becomes complicated. And here in Europe, it's very complicated because the healthcare sector is a very regulated sector. However, there's nearly no legal rules around it. So we have the interest of the patients, of the insurance companies, or the health officers to get the best treatment for a fair price. On the other hand, we have the hospitals. They are obliged that they can only bill you the same price than a German patient can be billed, but they think they have extra services, they have no regulations, they don't know how to do it. We have third players involved, which is a problem for the hospitals in Germany because from medical treatment they are not allowed to take any economically advantage. So in this situation, it's perfect for me as a lawyer. You can always call me as a lawyer and we can go to court, I can earn a lot of money, but it's not good for everyone else. There's another possibility which could be very interesting because trust is something very important in the healthcare sector because it's a very sensitive topic with a lot of money involved. But you can go to the accreditation. More about it. I am honored to have such a great panel here, and they will tell you how you can do it if you don't have to call me. You can always call me. I'm happy. I'm always happy to earn money, but maybe there's a better way to do it. May I ask my panel on the stage? My panel consists of Ferdinand Sergiari, the president here of MTIC Group. Then we have Professor Paris of the Medical Trust. And Mariam Asif as an expert here from the University of Bonn-Rhein-Sieg. Some housekeeping rules, I was told quite often, we don't have time. With this panel, I could speak the next 2 days, and you wouldn't see anything of my beautiful home city of Düsseldorf. But I would suggest that we start that the panelists will have a very short introduction of themselves, who they are, and afterwards we have a small presentation. Because of the time issue, there's no time for questions, but afterwards we are here around. You can ask all the questions, and I won't charge you for any questions today. May we start with Mariam. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. Good morning. I think yesterday we had introducing from myself, so I just will switch over this because of the time. I'm head of the Research Center Medical Tourism and welcome you and will forward to Professor Perrin. He can go into the topic.
Okay, then shortly to me. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for have the possibility to talk with you here. I'm a professor of math and business mathematics, quantitative methods for over 30 years. I worked at my life, especially at the United States, at Columbia University, in Canada, UVic, University of Victoria, and of the German university, where also Miriam is coming from. And I'm a civilian servant. This is also important when we are talking about regulation of Germany. And before I got a professor 30 years ago, I worked for the German government, especially in regulation, where I'm still working on. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sergei Zaria. I am engineer in electronic and more than 30 years in this process of testing and certification. And thank you very much for inviting me then here to be present and speak with you about the accreditation and certification. And hope at the end you have then more information about this kind of process and for what is then important to be certified against such of norm that is international and will be then for you independent of then which kind of activity very necessary.
Thank you very much. Now my microphone is working. Techniques and lawyers are two different things, I would say. Fredon, maybe you can start. Why did it become part of your strategy as a quality certification program, especially in the healthcare sector?
Okay. I don't know if we start now with my presentation and then going then on in this part so the people can understand a little bit more than about activity. So, sorry about that. I have to see then. So, okay, it's going down. So our company name is MTIC Group, and this is their international company. And how you will see, we have then different activity for the testing, certification, and also inspection. And more than this one, we start also in Swiss for discussion about an academy. And especially for this kind of activity what we are speaking today, because our activity is 360 degrees between the producer or provider for any kind of services, also medical devices. So to have then maybe to support some companies or provider or clinic to start this kind of certification. Okay, so the activity is, how I said, depend of certification of management system, and about this tourism-related services. This is there. I don't know if somebody is there that they don't know about this ISO 22525. It's revision from 2020. Because in the activity what we had them before for management system, they were then different kind of hospital, clinic, etc. And also organization from government around the world. Also in Gulf region, that they asked then from our side, okay, I have then maybe then ISO 9000, as a management system, 14,000, etc., but I need then more than this one because each one in the world, they have this kind of certification. So, and it was then very nice to have then this opportunity to meet this somebody, member of the ISO, that started to work on this standard. Therefore, we decided to go on because as a company, this for different certification activity, we were very, very interested to go and looking what they are asking this norm. This norm I will then continue after, and also my colleagues, let me please then first to speak about our company. We have then different accreditation notification around the world. And by 53 years, that means then it's very trustful to give us then their, this certification or audit order to do then this one. Why they have to do? Because the clients, I go quickly because they said that I don't have so much time for presentation. This is their part of then our accreditation. That means each certification body has to have then around the world some, let me say, audit from different institution or different accreditation body that is mostly from government to be able to provide this kind of activity what we are doing. Our activity, how I said, is testing, audit, and certification. Around the world, we are then everywhere where you can find us. Now coming then to this kind of norm, but we are then thinking in this day to present to you. We heard then today morning different from different countries or different institutions that they have then they have then very good organization to accept then any kind of people that they have some problem, health problem, etc. But they are doing and telling around the world so much another institution. The most important way is that has to be certified or audit and then certified from one organization independent of anything. That means we are independent for any kind of economical or I don't know, government, etc., because we are noted as a notified body. Notified body, that means the organization, the economical part is not the first part, and they don't have to certify any organization when they are then not against this standard that they are asking. So for who is this one? They are then, how I said before, then different institutions, also governmental institutions. We have them in Gulf region, some government ministry from health, that they ask it also to have then some knowledge about this kind of standard and how is the procedure to looking to have this kind of audit and certification. Because with this kind of certification, how you've seen before, you show then everybody that your organization, independent of any kind of interest of the economical part, because economical part is very important, give them completely service to people that they pass there. I am finished here. So this is a map of certification. That means about the details we speak then Professor Parent about how you have to come to be then in this level to ask our services, because before this organization have to have then some documentation and procedure. Very easy. We need then one requirement and then make it pre-audit. This pre-audit is by stage 1, stage 2 every year. We have to verify after the certification this organization, and after 3 years will be then reputation of all this activity. I am for you there. Any kind of question? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I was unpolite, but as a German, I'm allowed to be unpolite sometimes. Franz, you're an expert in quality management system.
Okay.
Now we heard that certification, where to do it.
Okay.
Does
Thank
it
you.
make any sense?
Okay, thank you so much. So we heard a lot of quality and also of value and value addition at the panel before, what I really appreciate, so I don't have to repeat that, because those ladies and gentlemen from the Philippines already explained that. What I only want to do is I want to structure it so that you see, hopefully, the red line, so what can I say, the path which you have to follow when we are talking about quality. When we are talking about quality at a global market, of course, it's very important that we are able to compare it with each other. So, and to make it short, there are only two possibilities. You can build a ranking. For example, if you have, for example, the quality of a wine, for example, or for food, for a product which you can consume. You know, there is, for example, the Parker Index from my colleague, Professor Parker from Maryland University, but it makes no sense if we would do it like that here. We did it at our university. My colleague, Rainer Clement, who already passed away, and me, if you want to look at that, we did it for direct investments, because I want to add the topics or the subjects which the colleagues from the Philippines already talked about with risk management. When you are talking about quality management, of course, you are interested in especially if you are in liability, and in healthcare, you are liable for your doings. Of course, you have also to talk about risk management. When we created that index, it is also called, like my last name is the Parent-Clement Index. You can see it at Wikipedia in different languages. Then it would be able to build a ranking if you have the choice, or if you are looking for to invest abroad, to decide direct investments. Of course, you have normally not the money to invest all those beautiful countries which offers you the chance to follow or to improve your business. So you have to make a decision. So we, Mariam Jens Juszczak, who created that kind of subject, medical tourism at our university, but he already passed away, so I have now the duty to talk about that. At our university, we created, instead of such an index, we created, I suppose globally, the first kind of certification. This is the name, the quality standard for the healthcare of international patients. If we don't want to talk too much about the past, so I want to talk now a few seconds about the future, or about the present. What could we, or what should we able to offer you if you want to show to other people, or to your competitors, or to the market, for people who are demanding your products or your services, what can you show them in comparison to your competitor that you are working on the highest or most highest possibilities, keyword best practices or best practice, in comparison to other guys who are offering more or less the same than you are doing. So the only possibility from my point of view is, like my colleague Feridun Zergezarea talked before, to go over certification. So currently you have two possibilities. You can do it, you can do it, that's the first option. I will make it very short. You can use, of course, currently the standard which we developed at our university. Once again, what was the first standard worldwide. We put it to the market first time in 2012. So 8 years later, that's the second option. That's the second option, and we appreciate that because it makes it maybe much more simple. It's what Mr. Zergezarea already talked about. It's the ISO 22525, which was established in 2020. So, but if you have a look to the contents of that certification, from my point of view, I hope I will not be wrong, it makes not sense to follow this. I don't want to use the word certification, I want to use the word inspection. It's a kind of inspection alone. You have to combine it together with the ISO 9001 because the ISO 9001, of course, is a leading certification standard when we are talking about quality and when we are talking about quality management. But if you would look only to the ISO 9001, it would also not work because you need an add-on to cover all those special items we were talking about at this conference, that means of medical tourism. So once again, you have the chance, from my point of view, to make a serious, or as the most serious, current most serious possibility to show it to other people, but also, of course, to the people you are responsible for. That means to your own staff, of course, to your patients, to the people who are demanding your products or your services. If you would combine, first option, the quality standard which we developed at our university together with the main internationally most accepted quality standard, the ISO 9001, or once again, you have to follow the new international standard, or it's not, okay, we can say standard, but it's a kind of inspection. So please, you have not to do it alone based on that standard in combination with the ISO 9001. So I see Urs is making some pressure for me, so I don't want to give you now the content of what is ISO, only in a few words about our partner. Of course, you need an accredited, and this is a very international, what can I say, defined formal process. You need an accredited company like MTIC, for example, who is able to operate it, to operate that, what the ISO or we developed at our university. And of course, those companies like MTIC, or for example in Germany, the TÜV, are what can I say, they are of course special certified companies who have to be accredited. If we are talking about medical things, if we are talking about medical tourism, for example, I suppose you need a partner who is accredited first at Switzerland and second in Germany. And for example, if you look, for example, to the most famous accreditation companies in Germany, the problem is that they are not accredited in Switzerland. And that is my last word, so sorry about that. MTIC is a very strong partner. We are doing also some other sensible goods with them. Of course, healthcare is a very sensible good, especially if you are talking about regulation. You need a strong partner who is accredited in Switzerland on one hand And from my point of view, as a German who is working on that topic quality for more than 30 years, of course, I also would like to offer you Germany. That's, of course, my part to do it here. And I suppose that combination of Switzerland and Germany is the best to measure and to compare quality standards of your products and services. Sorry about that.
Thank you, friends. I thought it's difficult to interrupt a lawyer, but to interrupt a university professor, well, Mariam, you have so much experience in medical tourism. You worked here in the Emirates, everywhere in the world, I think. What do you think about this topic with your experience?
So I think this quality management is one of the key for an international department, if it's a hospital or insurance anywhere, where you can put the standards and you get a frame for your working and the regulation in your own management. And I think where we have the service point as a key, so the patients coming and they need the service, we have to regulate our service standards. And I learn on my own, everything is in standard and created, we are effective and we can promote. So, and I think in this part of medical tourism, we have no complete regulation, which we need. Instead of visa, we have this topic a lot the last days, and payment and service issues, commission issues, providers, and all these topics we have in during our practice field. It's important to have a standard and a frame. So I prefer to go on this quality management topics for being effective in service quality.
One last question, Mariam, to you. For whom is this service? Is it just for hospitals and doctors, or?
No, it's for this institution, company who is active in the medical patients administration field. So that's mean insurances, hospitals, medical centers, travel agencies, everybody who is in the procedure of the patient administration.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. We are running out of time, I know. The gentleman is coming, so I have my last closing words here. Wouldn't be a good idea to have a best practice? And with this best practice, you get a stamp, a certification on it. And this best practice shows that everyone in the business can trust you. And we have the question in the beginning, at the first panel, how do you choose a hospital? Let's say here in Düsseldorf. Wouldn't it be nice that this hospital is certified and you know that they know what they do, they don't rip your patients off, they have the best practice, which you maybe also have? Wouldn't it be much easier? Or do you would prefer to spend money in my profession to get what you want? It's up to you. Personally, hire me. But I think it's a better way to go the certification way and have the best practice with everyone, because we have to work together, all together, to have trust in this business. Thank you very much for the panelists, and sorry that we stepped a bit over the time. But if you invite a lawyer, it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think I won't be able to win against a lawyer, or a group of lawyers for that matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we move on to the one-on-one meetings, which are taking place in the next room, right opposite to there, and you can have a break, you can talk with each other, and I think many of you have been waiting for that chance, so please use it. Thank you, and I will meet you in the second half of the day. Enjoy. I know, I'm aware that some of you are still discussing outside over lunch very interesting topics and you would like to continue them. But then you would be missing out on a very interesting presentation by Dr. Randasamy Kandasamy, founder of the Global Medical Tourism Hospitals and leading expert in radiology and the standards of transmitting medical images. Today, he will be sharing with us some information about DICOM images and their importance in cross-border medical tourism. Please, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the onset, I, Dr. K. Ramsamy, CEO of Global Medical Hospitals, Sdn Bhd, Malaysia, and GMTH India, would like to thank the Düsseldorf Tourism Board, Mr. Friedrich, and the Agora Group, its co-founder and CEO, Mr. Hadi Malib, and a special welcome to the Deputy Tourism Minister of Philippines, and the various delegates, sponsors, speakers coming from various parts of the globe. My short presentation today will focus how the future of medical tourism will grow with digital health. The topic today is the importance of DICOM images in cross-border medical tourism. I'll give you the expansion of DICOM. DICOM is the digital imaging and communications in medicine. I graduated from the Madras University in Madras, Chennai, and joined the armed forces, and I was a consultant for various projects with the Japanese and also prisoners in Germany. And professional achievements were more of the radiology sector of digital systems. Two main things was there. I was a speaker of the Commonwealth Digital Health Conference for 2017 and 18 on digital health. And lately we founded the Global Medical Tourism Hospitals, aiming to be the international leader in medical tourism and national teleradiology solutions. At present, the company which is supporting the Global Medical is Shalini, which is 10 years old, which is covering 15 countries in digital teleradiology, where we have already covered 15 million images up to date. And per day we have around 4,000 to 5,000 images being reported per day. This is what the supporting company, Shalini, will be supporting the global facilitators and agents in medical tourism. And we are the global teleradiology provider. At presently, we have 1,300 clinics and hospitals in Malaysia with an image database of more than 8 million. And we cover the migrants for the chest diseases from 15 countries. And is allowed round-the-clock technical support and assistance. We are powered with Microsoft. We have the CE European ISO standards. And the most important, any medical device or a software which is being used in Malaysia, it has to have a basic Ministry of Health approval that is from the Medical Device Authority of Malaysia. These are the plan we have as a medical tourism facilitator, partnering with network of domestic and international hospitals and medical tourism facilitators. It has got a customized treatment plans. And Shalini, the company, will be the platform used for the medical tourism, GMTH, and global hospitals. We carry all the DICOM images right from CT, MRI, scans, everything, mammograms from one country and another. It is pay-for-use concept. This is the digital imaging and communications in medicine, as what I've told you earlier in DICOM. If in a medical tourism, if we send the documents to another doctor or another facilitator, and if it's a non-DICOM format, the chances are there 99% that the other side doctor will miss a very minute pathology, which could lead to legal problems in the future of the patient or the facilitator. If you have sent your images through a DICOM standard platform, you are completely safeguarded in all your transfer of images in your company. We secure the DICOM images for 10 years or 15 years as per your request. And this international standard for medical imaging, secure and interoperable framework enables storage management, exchange of medical images, encompasses image data and associated patient information, and allows comprehensive analysis and diagnosis. This is one of the most important factors which the future of medical tourism will have to follow. Those who are not following the international standard or the WHO standards in DICOM will be left out. There will be a lot of legal problems in the international platform. Why this DICOM teleradio systems has got a benefit in your day-to-day running of your medical tourism? It has got a faster diagnostics, offers instantaneous viewing of medical imaging results, which you can explain to the patient immediately, and reduces the cost. Teleradiology eliminates the necessity of radiologists to travel where the patient was captured. So in DICOM images, if a patient is traveling from Dubai to London, the doctor at London will be able to see the images as if the patient from Dubai is sitting in front of him. And they will not miss out of any pathology from the images. You can have a second opinion, because most patients and most of the medical tourists will not depend on one consultation. If you want to be more accurate, you can have a second opinion or third opinion. It is much better to give two opinions to any medical tourist you are referring for any hospital to any part of the world. You need not worry about shortage of radiologists in your country or whichever part of the world you are. You can hook up to my system and transmit the images between two doctors. And we will keep the images and you keep the images as long as you want it for the number of years. Even in rural areas, if you don't find a good internet, it will work even with a 2 Mbps shortage internet power. It improves the staffing, and educational opportunities are given where teleradiology gives physicians and radiologists and staff to understand the actual nature of the pathology of all the images which are taken in your office or in a hospital. And you can have a 24/7 coverage. Suppose a patient is traveling from Malaysia to India. This is how it has to be followed. It goes to an initial consultation to a healthcare facilities or a travel agent. It takes to the clinic, and from the clinic, the images are brought up to the centralized server. So from the server, you can connect from my system, whichever country you want to send the patient. Let it be from Dubai or from Malaysia to India or to Singapore, anywhere, the doctor whom you know well, who's well advanced in that particular field of profession, you can send it to him and give him the access to look at the images, whether he can do that particular treatment or surgery. But the doctor, on the other hand, will not be able to copy these images. It's a data protection between you and the main admin section only. So once the healthcare provider reviews the images, they determine the treatment plan, and you can also attach your laboratory results in the platform, and you can take a decision where to send this patient, to which country, to which hospital, to which doctor within 2 hours, and you can satisfy all the patient's questions which they're going to ask from you. The benefits of DICOM are accurate visualization of patient conditions. Healthcare providers can consult more than one opinions and have a good treatment plan for the patients. Why people travel abroad for medical treatment? This is the big questions many of you all will be answering, as if there is no proper doctors in our home country. Every country is now well developed, right from Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Dubai, UAE, Saudi, England, everywhere, even Germany. But patients always look for the most advanced treatments in certain countries. Like in Germany, you have the most advanced treatments for spinal surgeries, rehabilitation, brain stimulations, and all that. Like in Chennai, you have a lot of liver transplants, kidney transplants, and cardiac surgeries. And they also look for the cost savings. This is the most important after the post-COVID period. The third world countries also facing the benefits of the cost, which is the better place, whether to go to India, or whether to go to Germany, or go to Singapore, Malaysia, or Philippines. You choose the destination. In all these countries, the platform of treatment is the same. The doctors are well equipped. They all are trained overseas with 10 and 15 years of experience. And the most important, in your home country, when you go for the registration of your surgery, it takes 2 weeks to 1 month or 3 months of waiting period. Here, you send the images, get the appointment, and you send the patient. This is the problem which I was talking to you earlier. What if a medical tourist travels cross-border from one country to another without DICOM data for treatment? These are the ways that the patient will have to face. Lack of seamless sharing of medical data, limited collaboration, increased risk of misdiagnosis is the very important factor here, and difficulty in accessing the patient medical history and lack of consistency. Because in digital health, in this system, you can keep the data for 10 to 15 years, whether that patient has taken a treatment in Germany, and after 2 years she goes to New York, then she goes to London or to Singapore. All these images can be seen as it was before by the doctor who is treating after 10 years. This is the inference of the result, why DICOM images are very useful in medical tourism. I hope most of the medical facilitators on this tourism industry will start following in order that you give the best advice to all your patients without any mistakes. We will be looking for partners in the medical tourism worldwide, and we will be supporting all these industries, and we will be launching this by end of September 2023. And we are based in Malaysia, and Microsoft is our main service provider. And the centralized data will stay at Singapore, and the data will stay in your country if you do wish. I have up 2 or 3 minutes. Any questions anybody would like to ask? No questions, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fascinating material, Dr. Kandasamy. And while the stage is being rebuilt, let me once again remind you that the lovely ladies sitting outside of these halls have put together a very interesting program, free of charge, of course, as a tour in the lovely city of Düsseldorf. Please do not hesitate to contact them, chat with them, register with them if you would like to have a tour of the city on Saturday. It's, of course, free of charge. And now, before I present my next panel discussion, as you might know, patients are the main pillar of health and wellness tourism. Knowing what speaks to them and which buttons to push in order to direct them towards a destination, a certain destination, or a certain organization or institution is actually what makes or break any destination as one for health and wellness tourism. The coming panel, moderated by Mark Ekuk, who manages several consulting programs for some of Europe's leading health groups, will share with us some of information about building a reliable client base for your business or health institutions. Let me first welcome Mark Ekuk. And by the way, before you introduce your guests, I would like to also say that Mr. Ekuk has also a heart for animals and has turned his farm near Istanbul for a private shelter for animals of all kinds. So that deserves another round of applause.
Okay, would you like me to invite and introduce the participants of this panel, or would you like me to make an introduction? I am more prepared to be the moderator, and we are one of the last sessions today, so let me keep it short to sustain the attention of the very few left participants. So I am going to be joined by Monica Figuerella from Quirónsalud, Spain, the leading healthcare group, leading hospitals group of Spain, which is a joint venture company of a German healthcare group, Helios. Thank you, Monica. And then I'm going to be accompanied by my German colleague, Stefan Böckle from Kliniken Schmieder. Where is Stefan? And our Ukrainian colleague, Dr. Violeta Yanishevskaya, chairperson of Ukrainian Medical Tourism Association. Me as a facilitator of facilitators, a consultant of medical tourism marketing for many different hospitals from different European countries, I have my own personal insights on the topic. Patient experience is the king. Not the patient itself, himself or herself. Patient experience is the king. But I am going to include my personal feedback, my personal comments in between your comments. So let me now take my notes. And Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome. Would you mind making a very short introduction of yourselves, your organizations, let's say 2 minutes each? We start with Ukraine.
Okay, my name is Violeta Yanushevska. I'm a doctor, and I am chairman of Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism. We established our association more than 10 years ago, and in fact, we are the biggest association in CS market. We joined together more than 100 leading hospitals, more than 1,000 medical doctors, mostly from Ukraine. But also we have members and partners from 15 countries of the world, and many of them are present here. And we develop all directions of medical tourism, inbound, outbound, and internal. Now, of course, we completely change this situation, our market and patient destination and floors. But I think we start collaborate with different partners in different markets.
And you are the only participant of this panel who is also involved in sending patients. The other 2 panelists are involved in receiving patients. So some of the questions will be interesting for me to listen to the answers from both aspects. Would you please introduce yourself, dear Stefan?
Yes, my name is Stefan Böckler. I'm the Director of International Relations at Kliniken Schmieder. As you might have heard yesterday, we are in a very small but important niche in the neurological rehabilitation. I myself am working in the medical tourism sector for the last 16 years. I used to work 10 years for Helios, building the international department there, and then I changed to the largest German public health hospital provider, Vivantes, and for the last 2.5 years now I'm working with Schmieder. And through all the time, for me, it was a very interesting topic how to create a patient experience that is as positive as possible, working with the sometimes not ideal, back then at least, not ideal situation in the German hospitals when it comes to treating a certain group of patients slightly different, especially when it comes to expectations and service than others. Because in Germany, the healthcare system tends to be very collectively, so everybody should receive the same. And that of course does not work for someone who travels around half the world to get some services, and they are used to different things. So I'm very keen to discuss this topic today.
Hello everyone, my name is Monica Figuerola. I'm the head of the International Business Development Department in Quirón Salud. First of all, thank you very much, all of you, for your attention, and of course, Mert and the organization for having me here in this panel and giving us the opportunity to explain more about Quirón Salud. I've been working in medical tourism for now almost 7 years. Before joining Quirón Salud Hospital Group, I used to be the director for the Spanish Medical Tourism Cluster, so I think I can talk a little bit also about Spain as a medical tourism destination. Sorry for my voice, but I'm going to do my best. I want to give you a few insights about Quirón Salud. Quirón Salud is a part of Fresenius, okay, so we are here with friends. Quirón Salud is the Spanish brand of hospitals, and in Germany we have Helios hospitals. Quirón Salud in Spain, we have 55 facilities, but also we are in Latin America, where we have 8 hospitals in Colombia, 1 in Peru, 1 in Dubai, and 1 in Portugal. We run general hospitals. Also, we manage 4 public hospitals from the public administration. So I believe we could share a lot of insights about patient experience, because this is something which is in our core, is in our DNA. So I'm very comfortable and very grateful to have you all here to listen a little bit. And of course, maybe here we have in this room lots of partners. So feel free to speak up, to confirm my words, because I think this is the best way to gain credibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. So I start with my first question. Do you really believe patient experience is the king? Or do you think it's the prince, maybe? Maybe the experience of the facilitator is the king. Or you work with governments sometimes. Let's say the patient is not that happy with her experience, but the healthcare ministry of a foreign country which is sending you the patient is very happy with their experience. In this respect, do you really believe patient experience is still the most important experience among other aspects of marketing, in terms of marketing value?
I think we have now wonderful health systems everywhere. So the key factor for a patient going abroad is the experience. So I think patient experience is key. That is why we work very hard in different programs. We've been working with Cleveland Clinic for many years, specifically in developing new tools to improve patient experience. For us, as I said, it's in our core. We need to, now travelers move to another destination for the word of mouth. So in this case, patient experience is super important. Of course, we need to have other things. That is why we invest so much in cutting-edge technology, because technology brings us the best professors, the expertise, the most prestigious doctors. So then when we have the best doctors, because they want to use our technology, we are able to attract those patients which are going to be more satisfied if they come to our facilities and they find everything. If we put on their shoes and we understand their needs. So everything is connected. Technology, expertise, we have general hospitals, so we could cover specialties, everything in a more holistic approach. And everything at the end of the day improve patient experience.
Stefan, or Stefan as pronounced in German, when do you think the patient's experience begins? When they enter the hospital or before? Or when does it end?
Well, I think the patient experience begins long before they actually contact us. Be it when they hear from us or about us from someone who has been with us, be it positive or negative. Or when they start researching us. So, for example, for us, we see that from the part of those patients who come to us as a self-paying patient, about 60% have been receiving a positive comment from someone they know. So relatives, friends, and then they go to the internet, look at our website, and obviously we need to provide them what we believe or what we know from what is important for them to hear, to read. They have to find this. And so I think this is the point where it actually starts. And it ends, well, ideally it doesn't end. Because since we are being recommended so often by patients who have been with us, that we try to stay in touch with them. And of course, Corona has in that regard helped, because we are now developing, or we use it already for the German patients, telerehabilitation services that they can use much longer after they've already been discharged. So to continue improving their state of health, or to just keep and maintain the level. So I would say if it ends only ideally a year or two after the patient has actually left us.
You are in a very specific field of medicine, specialty-wise. You see not thousands of patients, a small number of patients. That's because of the size of the clinic, also because your specialty requires long care and personalized care. That's why you see a limited number of patients compared to multi-specialty hospitals. So you are pretty much in personal contact with many of the patients, yourself and your team, including the marketing team. What is their tendency in terms of expressing their complaints or expressing their happiness without you applying a special survey questionnaire? Do they express easily their happiness or their complaints?
Yes, we do a continuous patient survey for all the patients that are with us. It's a digital survey, so they can use a QR code to get to the questionnaire. We are not at a level yet where I would say I'm satisfied with the number of replies, because once the patient, or when the patient is still with us, some of them are reluctant, even though it's an anonymous survey, some of them are a bit reluctant to give feedback while they are still with us.
Why do you think?
Oh, because especially if it's maybe not always positive, or if there is specific points that they don't like, patients I tend to be afraid that if they voice this complaint, that it will fall back on them. So this is something I've experienced through all my career, that this is maybe an issue that some patients have. Others, on the other hand, are very vocal about what they like and what they don't like. Then we really try to do something on the spot, obviously. With us, it's mainly about expectations. So they come to us expecting whatever they think should be part of it. And this is sometimes the point where we realize that we have to do even more information at the beginning of the treatment or beforehand to really pick them up where they are and not have this gap.
Yeah, thank you. Violeta, would you mind me asking one more question to Monica? Because we are now focused on hospitals. Then I'm coming to you. So Monica, what methods do you apply to measure patient satisfaction?
Of course, we are obsessed with performance indicators. So we have the Net Promoter Score, which is the NPS. So we run every year 500,000 questionnaires where we ask for patients for their feedback. This
Local or international patients?
International.
Okay.
Well, no, not international, all the patients, but of course the international, because 500,000 patients are too much patients.
So 500,000 questionnaires for both local and international.
Exactly.
I wish you had that many international patients.
So, so we agreed with the centers about the questions, and we do it every year. So we got a lot of insights, a lot of information. The average point is 60%, because patients are very, very exigent. But in general, 60% is a very high rate. So for us, this is very important because in our company, we have a patient experience committee under our CEO. So we really take care about the NPS very carefully because it gives us a lot of information. To get better results, what we do is we accomplish what we call the 4 commitments to our patients, which is to care about the patients as persons, which means to integrate empathy, humanity, honesty in our treat to them. Then we are obsessed to keep them safe. This is very important for us, and this is why we have so many metrics in terms of outcomes, performance indicators about outcomes. We believe also that we need to partner with them at the time when we take decisions. So it's a process of sharing decisions with the patients and their families. And finally, the 4th pillar or commitment, it should believe that things had to be simple. Things had to be easy for them. So we are integrating a lot digital transformation and technological tools as a patient portal to deliver telemedicine and to make every single experience with us very simple. So I think these 4 pillars help us to increase our score at the NPS every year, and we are getting better results every year.
So far you are at 60% satisfaction. If it's not a commercial secret, Stefan, what is your score?
I don't know if you can, the NPS score, I'm not so familiar with it, but we asked the question on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely would you be to recommend us? And we have 90%, 95% of patients replying with a 9 or a 10. So absolutely or close to absolutely.
We are comparing apples with bananas now, because
exactly.
that's a more sophisticated survey. Yours is simplified, but still here we have 60%, here we have 95%. Comparing bananas with oranges again. Okay. So, Violetta, when you send a patient from Ukraine abroad, because you work with Ukrainian patients.
Not only.
Not only. But can we say Russian speaking in general? Okay. Forget about the past 1 year, because it's a crisis period, but in general, your patients, do they share their feedback of their experience with you after they come back from the treatment?
Good question. Of course, we, like association, work with providers and directly with patient, because we have international patient department also. And when we send the patient in first, of course, we take care about detailed information pre-visit. We talk about how it will be, what destination will be, and very detailed information about all process of the visit. After visit, because your question about after visit, of course, and our providers and we and our doctors try to keep in touch with the patient because satisfaction of the patient is very important, and it will impact on the word of mouth. And we know that satisfaction of the patient is like a pull factor for future patient, because their share of their expectation and satisfaction will help hospital, will help providers, and will help medical doctors to send more and more patients. So it's a very important question.
Thank you. Monica, you apply a very sophisticated software, let's say a questionnaire, not a software, but a digital method on measuring your success, or on measuring the patient experience. It's a cost, it has a cost, maintenance cost, building cost, so you invested in it. What is the economic return of it? Why would you do it? Why would you invest on this?
In Quirónsalud, we believe that investing in improving patient experience is a win-win situation. It's a win-win situation because it adds value to all the health ecosystem. And what I mean is it adds value to all the players. For instance, for patients, they are happier, they recover faster, and sometimes they have lower cost because we reduce the timings at the hospital. For providers, they're very happy to see their patients happy, so that increases their satisfaction and also the effectiveness of the treatments. For suppliers, we align prices to the outcomes. For payers, we control cost and reduce risk. And for the society, we improve the health of the community. So I think it's a win-win situation for everybody. We need to understand that we need definitely to invest in patient experience and to invest in quality, because we are totally committed to accreditations. We have 6 hospitals, GCI, accredited hospitals in our network, but we are the only ones in the world, and let me say this very clear and loud, the only group in the world that has GCI Enterprise, which is a new accreditation for International Joint Commission for the corporations. So we are very committed, and this is a lot of money every year.
it's the first time I'm hearing about this, although I'm an experienced medical tourism specialist. GCI Enterprise. Is this a new license?
It's a new license, it's a new category launched last year, and we applied and we were awarded or accredited as the first hospital group in the world with this GCI Enterprise, which means that our management, the corporation, truly believes in the standards that GCI offers to the hospital world. At the same time, we also are regulated by the EFQM for management, and we apply all the ISO standards in the health system.
Do you have any certifications, Stefan? ISO, TEMOS, GCI?
We don't have those, but we are accredited by several of the German institutions, for example, the Board for Multiple Sclerosis. So these are very specific quality indicators or quality systems measuring not only the structure itself, but also the outcome.
Scientifically?
Yes, scientifically, and there is also like an audit that we have to go through annually, and this we have for multiple sclerosis, for MS, and we have those publicly those accreditations for rehabilitation that are a standard in Germany as well.
These certifications, do they have an impact on the patient's decision making? Are they aware of it?
Well, they have mainly an impact on the payers, because, I mean, 98% of our patients are obviously German patients, so the payers are very clearly looking at those, and there are payers with whom we have separate agreements that we do quality measurements for their specific patients. There is, for example, the German Pension Fund, who funds a lot of rehabilitation for people who are still working and who are supposed to return back to work. And for those, we have a specific program where we, on an annual basis, have to report all the quality data, how many staff we have used for therapy, for medicine, and there we score very high.
Please. If I may, of course, has an impact, probably not directly to the final patients, medical tourists, but if we want to work with the institutions, health authorities in the GCC countries, or if we want to apply for a tender to work for the Ministry of Health in Ecuador, Ministry of Health of Peru, because we are working very much also with Latin American governments, is super important. We cannot go to those tenders without having a GCI accreditation.
Thank you. Дякую. And I would like to ask to tell about previous war period. In Ukraine, we also have some leading hospitals which are accredited by GCI. TEMOS, of course, I saw, it's no comment. We have a lot of hospitals with such standards. And my experience is that especially in some leading direction for Ukraine, for example, IVF or stem cell therapy, which are unique for Ukraine because in Ukraine it's absolutely legal, all types of stem cells, for example, therapy or IVF procedures. And it's helped to attract more than 65,000 foreigners which came to Ukraine in 2019 or 2020.
Congratulations. I know personally that you are nowadays focusing on technology such as artificial intelligence. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience, but let's not go far away from the topic. Associate it with the patient experience, please. Do you think artificial intelligence will increase measuring patient experience, will give us new tools?
You know, now you know that we live in a crisis in Ukraine, in our market. And it's, of course, impact on all processes, especially in medical tourism. And maybe nobody didn't expect before war that it was such incredible changing in this process. So COVID period teach us that digitalization and to use some artificial intelligence can help to the patient to find a solution. Also abroad, because when many countries stopped their work during COVID, Ukraine received the patient from abroad for uniqueness technologies. And we, as a country and our leading hospital, started to receive the patient and to use artificial intelligence also. And digitalization, online consultation, and et cetera. And I think that the future, our future, it's more closely than we expect. And artificial intelligence will impact on all processes, including medical tourism. We must be ready to live in the life with the patient, with the hospital, with the provider, when artificial intelligence will be like one hero and one leading making decision. It's my opinion.
Thank you. Stefan, what percentage of your patients do you believe or do you know that come through recommendations of other patients, word of the mouth marketing? Do you have an estimate or a knowledge of it? What percentage?
Well, we have a number that, as I said, 60% of those patients who come without a payer, so who are self-paying, come through direct recommendation of someone.
Local and international.
Well, international.
This is
international.
We are talking about international.
We have to separate a bit. The German patients come to us mainly referred through either the hospital or their treating physician in the early stages of the rehab. In the latest stages, we know that almost all of them come to us because they believe that within their vicinity we are the best provider. And for the international patients, we know it very exactly because we just recently measured it from the data we have, and we know that 60% of the self-paying patients have been recommended or have received a recommendation, and from those who have a payer behind them, like an insurance company or an embassy, it's hard to say, but I think that the overall experience, and this is coming maybe back to your question in the beginning, is patient experience king or some other experience? I think that particularly for us, there is a multitude of experiences that count. It's the embassies, but probably much more than with you, it's also the relatives' experience. Because if you have an early rehab patient, the patient is never the one making the decision. It's someone else making it for him or her. So we have to always consider this, that we have many bosses, so to say.
There are multiple marketing methods in medical tourism. Most of these methods do not work in Germany. You guys have limitations, restrictions, and different business culture here in Germany. For example, a Spanish or an Italian or a Turkish hospital group can pay commissions to the facilitators, whereas this is not possible in Germany. And Spanish hospital can apply different prices to different markets or to different governments based on the agreement. German hospital cannot. They have a fixed price list, so you cannot use negotiation as a tool. You cannot use facilitators as a tool, so you have very limited marketing options. One of these marketing methods is word-of-the-mouth marketing. This is entirely about patient experience and nothing else. So for a German clinic, I believe patient experience is really the king for you, not the queen, not the prince, not the princess, it is the whole family of the royalty. It's the emperor. So being good at your job and making patients recommend you to other patients is the most effective method you have for marketing. Would you agree this statement? I have spoken on your behalf a little bit.
Yes, thank you. You summarized that very well, yes. I think that's true, not only to us. I think for us it's maybe easier to achieve this as it might be for a hospital where patients stay 4 to 6 or maybe 10 days. Our patients have an average length of stay of 75 days. Some stay for almost 1 year. And what we often hear when we interview these relatives or the patients at the end, that they feel like that this is like a family. So they have grown very close with the therapists, with the doctors, with the nurses, and that is of course something that is very, very important for the satisfaction and maybe helps to overcome things that would, within a much shorter length of stay, become a much bigger problem.
Would you like to end on this?
Yeah, well, even if we could pay commissions, at the very end of the day, if we don't work on patient experience, we are not going to get patients. We need to have a very good international concierge department to deliver. We need to have translation. We need to have escorts, transfers, accommodation, halal food, international daily newspapers. I mean, everything is important because if not, they are not going to be happy, they are not going to recommend others, and we are not going to get patients. So honestly, for even if we are able to pay commissions, we need to keep working and we need to take new measures and to change the way of thinking. We need to we believe that we are changing the model of health services deliveries. We need to try to speed up the time of the process, to reduce waiting times, to be more coordinated between units. There are many, many things. So again, I really thank you, all the trust from all the partners, but I am sure, and they could confirm that, even if we pay them 20% commission, if we are not delivering, they are not going to refer to us.
Correct.
My experience shows us that, for example, internet promotion also can help to find a solution, a concrete hospital for the patient. And as medical doctors, we closely cooperate, we have promotion and internet marketing for our members, for hospitals, and not only word of mouth. It's internet promotion and medical doctor recommendation, because if medical doctors take care in local country about the patient, for him it's like very important to propose to his patient or to her patient the best solution for treatment abroad. And this also two ways for helping if even the hospital will not pay commission. Medical doctor's recommendation and internet promotion. It helps.
Thank you. Monica, what percentage of the complaints, bad feedback from the patients is about your medical services versus complementary services? You were mentioning translation, airport transfers, halal food. So when patients are not happy, when they give bad feedback at the questionnaires, so can you tell me where it usually comes from?
Well, definitely the most important thing is outcomes, you know? Outcomes. The result of the treatment, the result of the surgery. But in our experience, and being very transparent, most of the complaints, and when we talk not only with patients, but also with the authorities that refer patients to us, normally most of the complaints came from the non-medical services part. Because, you know, we have super good doctors, the technology, so normally the outcomes are good. But sometimes they complain because the food wasn't so good, the translator wasn't at the time, you know, these small details. But so we take pride of that because in general, our part, which is the medical, normally everybody is super happy. It's more, the complaints came more from the non-medical services, unfortunately, because we cannot control so much that.
Thank you. Stefan, I know the answer, but I'm going to ask for the audience because it's an interesting information for them. I believe so. Do you have patient testimonials? So patient experience can be recorded, can be documented by video interviews, which I do it myself. When some of my clients are very happy, I interview them and put it on YouTube. Do you do that? Can you do that? Why not?
Yeah.
I know the answer, so why not?
We do patient reports. We don't call it testimonials because it's. We believe the term is not so fitting for that in a medical context, but we interview every patient, or for that matter, the relatives, if the patient isn't able to do that, and ask them 10 different questions, as always the same questions. And if they are open to that, we are also publishing that. So we get the consent and we put those reports on our website. Some patients allow us to use their name, others just the first name. Video is something we have, but it's very, very little because at the end of the day, most patients or relatives decide not to go, so to speak, on the video record. But we have almost, I'd say, probably 40% of the patients or relatives allow to publish their own opinion they have about why they come to us, how the process was, how satisfied they are, would they recommend it to others, and yeah.
Final question to Violeta. Would you cooperate with a clinic based on your personal interpretation, which has bad reviews on Google or bad reviews on the internet? So the patient experience is not that good, but your own impression is very good as a facilitating organization. Would you still promote that clinic? Would you still cooperate with them? Okay.
Because it's very important to receive satisfied of the clinic, of the providers, of the patients, but the patient is king.
Patient is the king. Yeah.
And topic of our today panel discussion that the patient is king, and I am agree in 100%. Because as a medical doctor, I totally understand that we must be humanity, human person who take care about patient. Not we must think about patient health, not about business, not about benefits for somebody. The first important things, the satisfaction and health of our patient. In this case, the medical tourism will grow up.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been interesting for me. I hope it has been interesting for the audience too. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for the introduction.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this interesting panel. I would like to ask your forgiveness now because I will be putting you through the ringer. We will be having 2 panel discussions back to back, but I promise you that they will be the last 2 panels for the day, and then you're free to do whatever you want to do. So in case you are thirsty, you want to have a coffee, please do it individually as the panels are progressing. And now, today we are overwhelmed with the number of options at our disposal in every aspect of life and in every product we buy. Even in a simple coffee can end up at a certain famous chain in having you choosing the different beans, roasts, flavors, side additions, extras. So I ask you, if we are able, or if we have the opportunity to customize our own coffee that we get every morning, why can't we customize our healthcare and wellness as well? So, my guest, So Iizuka, knows it best. He is the founder and CEO of Trembolier, which is an online marketplace for wellness travels powered by our friendly neighborhood AI, ChatGPT. Mr. Iizuka will be taking this panel on a journey on how to specialize and customize wellness travels. I would like to welcome Mr. Iizuka to the stage now. I think Iizuka-san is missing. Maybe he's getting a coffee. So, while he's on arrival, I would like to also utilize some of the tools used by the previous panel in order to measure the attendees' experience. So I will be using the most sophisticated tool that we have, which is the show of hands. How many of you are so far satisfied with the proceedings of this Congress? So, show of hands, show of hands. Oh, not too much. Good, good, good. So I would say about 40%. So let me ask, I would like to ask one single question. From the people who didn't raise their hands, I would like to know what didn't you like. So, who wants to answer? No. Nobody wants to answer? So you are not satisfied without any reasons given? No reasons given. You want to stay anonymous? So, Dr. Kande-san.
Most of the speakers and who have given the valuable information today and yesterday, the audience should also be given a question and answer session in order to understand further. That is my request.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that the organizers of the event will take this into consideration by the next Congress, and I'm sure that there were many, for certain panels, there were many questions raised, of course, and people wanted to have some time for questions. But I think that the agenda of this Congress has been very jam-packed with information. I'm sure that there were many subjects that were put on display in front of you all that I think from the time barrier itself, we would have sat here until 8 p.m. So I would suggest that we take 5 minutes break and then come back and start the panel with Mr. Iizuka. So 5 minutes break. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that your coffee break was the one you expected from the beginning, which was forced upon us. Now I would like to invite Mr. So Iizuka to the stage to present the coming panel about customizing our wellness travels. As I said before, Mr. Iizuka is the founder and CEO of Trembelier, and an online marketplace for wellness travels powered by ChatGPT. Mr. Iizuka, the stage is yours.
Hi. Firstly, I'm so sorry that I was in the upstairs my room when the session started. It's 9 o'clock in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, at night, so I have to speak with my daughter to, say good night. All right. And thanks for the opportunity today. I finally could visit one of the most important city in Europe for Japanese, and one of the, the best Japanese restaurant in Europe that Düsseldorf have. And I could take one of my bucket list that I visited Cologne Cathedral yesterday between Congress and Gardena. So thanks for the organizer again. And I'm So Iizuka, co-founder and CEO of Trembelier.com, the online marketplace for wellness holidays. The official digital partner of Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council under Ministry of Health Malaysia. We support national governmental authorities, which specifically focusing on promoting health travel to Malaysia, one of the most successful medical travel destination in Asian region. And we are digitalizing and democratizing the medical tourism domain with tour and activity, OTA strategy and technology for sake of travel beyond food and sightseeing. Currently, we cover 35 cities among 22 countries as unique travel experience inventory supplier. We believe that wellness is an integral component of travel experiences, and our mission extends beyond the provision of high-quality healthcare abroad. We enriching holidays with rejuvenating and refreshing experience as additional activities at travel destinations. We are transforming the industry through its unique methodology and democratizing the medical tourism by prioritizing digital transformation. And one of the crucial components of our vision is personalization. Regarding personalization, we have few options. Especially if you don't choose the digital way, you have to deal with one of the biggest bottleneck of the medical tourism industry, which is a labor-intensive business model at the end of the day. So because ultimately, these business operations are based on individual skills and knowledges. So we pursue digital way to make it happen with the generative AI customer support with OpenAI technology. We let ChatGPT to train our thousands of treatment pages and articles on a platform, and it enabled to integrate it. Either you like it or not, this paradigm shift won't stop, and it might be one of your choices in the future. So to break through this personalization of wellness travel, I'm keen to learn from industry experts today. Okay, let's get started. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome three industry professionals, Nicholas, Claudia, and Axel. Please step up to the stage. The personalization of wellness travel, not only millennials, but recent travelers are all about personalized experience, and the health and wellness travel is not exception. How can the industry offer a more personalized approach? I'm honored to introduce these three panelists, Nicholas, Claudia, and Axel. Please introduce yourself and your organization, and a little bit and briefly describe your industry's customer demands in terms of personalization of wellness travel.
I hope this works, yes. My name is Claudia Szymanski. I'm Head of Sales Europe of Air Partner, and we are a charter solution provider. That means we charter aircraft of all sizes for large groups, for VIPs, high net worth individuals, but in this context for air ambulances and any private jet travel that is needed. And we do that internationally. We have offices in the UK, where the headquarters is, the US, Dubai, Singapore, and the rest of Europe. And we have access to aircraft all over the world for any special missions, and have done so for the last 65 years, and have gathered a lot of international experience through all that work, and hope to expand it also in the health tourism. Personalization is the name of our business, because private jet travel just screams personalization. It is really the individual that travels on their own plane and has high demands, and we are very used to individualizing those demands and work with the customer exactly what they want within the realities of air travel. So sometimes we also have to say no, but it's not that you say no, it's just how you say it is sometimes the trick.
Your customers, clients must be very high-end, you know, the people, so they prefer to have the very personalized way to organize their itinerary, right?
Okay.
Well, Nicholas?
Yes, for sure. So thank you for this opportunity to represent the hospitality, because I'm the only one from the hospitality during all these panel discussions, and I think you can provide the best medical treatment, but if you don't have the best accommodation and food, there's no personalization for the patient and for the family and for the friends, because as we all know, all the patients are traveling with their family or their friends, and they need to have attractions too. So I'm working for the Hotel Tortue Hamburg. We are working with clinics in Hamburg together. So if patients are coming to Hamburg, we are offering the accommodation and working very closely with them. I have now over 7 years of experience in the hospitality. I've worked for 4 years in Düsseldorf at the Breidenbacher Hof. So as Dr. Baumgart yesterday told, it is very important to have a clinic inside of a hotel, or you can offer accommodations, and very good accommodations. So that's the key for personalization and for the customer experience.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Axel Balzer. Thanks for the possibility to be here. We have a clinic, basically an orthopedic clinic here on Königsallee, about 200 meters from here. And so I'm the one on the end of the row. We are having experience with international patients for about 20 years now. We invented for around 2000 biological injection therapy based on growth factors. It's an autologous, a very natural procedure, and since then we have really seen international patients from all over the world, and I'm very well aware that it's very important to have the right guidance for these patients, because they don't come spontaneous to myself. They all have somebody to accompany them, and they offer everything around. So I'm really on the end of the road. We don't offer the services, but we have these groups who help us to bring the patients in, and I'm well aware that this is very important, because it's a very individual thing, and some patients change the groups they're working with, but most of them are pretty reliable, and I see the same patients basically over years. So that's a very, very successful concept. And well, That's what it is right now.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm super lucky that we have the three different specialists from the three different industry today, and the panel session will be very interesting, especially for me to learn something different and new. And I heard, Nicholas, so your bachelor thesis was about health tourism, right? So can you just explain a little bit about the definition between the health tourism and the wellness tourism?
Yes, for sure. So I've written my bachelor thesis with Düsseldorf Tourism about the impact of health tourism on the city of Düsseldorf. And mainly is the difference between health and wellness tourism is that at health tourism there is a patient traveling to another country to get treated on a disease or a medical condition. And wellness tourism is more about maintaining and enhancing your medical, your personal conditions, so physical and mental health. And at wellness tourism, you have two types. So primary, the one who is highly motivated by wellness, and secondary, the one who seeks to maintain wellness while traveling. So this is the main difference between both definitions.
I see. So the wellness tourism is including some kind of like a yoga or the meditation sort of things as well.
It's more about enhancing your personal health. So you are not treating a disease. You are more like enhancing and maintaining your personal mental and physical health. Yes.
I think that like a WHO described that the definition of the wellness is wellness is including the health and the medical sort of things, but in terms of the opinion, it would be like a different of the wellness and health tourism is something like that you mentioned, correct? Okay. The next, Axel, sorry, but I always call your first name because I cannot properly pronounce your family name. So, right, Doctor. As I mentioned earlier, personalization is a key component for wellness travelers. But on the other hand, as we study and analyze the failures of medical tourism booking platform of the past 10 years, and if we pursue it with the tailored itinerary, like kind of the concierge style, we have to deal with the high labor cost for customer service, I think. So what's your opinion on this, one of the biggest bottleneck in our industry, to provide some kind of the personalized, very tailored arrangement for the customer?
Sorry, you asked for the high costs? No.
Yeah, because the personalization of the travel, including the wellness travel or the medical travel, it's very important for the customer-centric business model. But if we, pursue the personalization of the medical travel, we have to deal with like a high labor cost because you have to provide very, the detailed arrangement and a lot of, the personalized arrangement for the customers. So as we are not an NPO, right? So we have to pursue some like a revenue and a commercialization.
Yeah, normally the procedure is that the patients provide us just MRIs or whatever, and we calculate the costs in advance, and all the rest besides the medical therapy is part of the companies who accompany the patient. So in our case, it's just the German law gives the numbers, so the costs, and we give an assumption of what it will be, and then the companies, they do the arrangements with the patients, basically.
Yeah, so I understand that that's what you are doing right now, but if like a client requests more, personalized services from the service provider, but you cannot change like kind of the revenue scheme from the medical institutions or whatever. Because I thought like a digital way, like a digitalization might be, disrupt that kind of the personalization of the client, but the other style, like coordinator style?
Well, the personalization in our case is always the focus on the patient. So we're a little bit out of all the rest. So there's nothing I can really.
So that means you already provide some kind of the personalized arrangement for the client already.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, I understand. Thank you. All right, so Claudia, as your company provide the private jet services, you're already specifically working on very personalized arrangements for your clients. So what kind of the advice or suggestion that you can share with me, maybe, for the medical and wellness tourism industry?
Yes, so when it comes to private jet travel, it is already, as you say, very, very personalized. So the advantage, for instance, is that you can reach destinations that you couldn't reach with commercial travel. So commercial travel would go into hubs, whereby a private jet could go much nearer to the hometown of the patient who may be immobile or even have had an accident. So, and also for a private jet, you don't have to go through the main terminals and have a lengthy check-in procedure or a lengthy changeover procedure with long distances in the airports to travel. You can go from what we call an FBO, a fixed-based operator, which is a small terminal that almost every airport has, where these VIP flights go from. So your check-in time is a recommendation of 20 minutes, but you could do it in 5, depending on the circumstances. You could get your ambulance to the plane and load the plane up from the ambulance with a stretcher and do it like basically based on the customer's needs. So there would be ambulance travel where you have injured patients or patients who need intensive medical care. But of course there are the wellness patients who travel for leisure and want the personalized experience of not the hustle of going through main terminals, of having a direct connection, or they are mobile but just not as mobile as we here, and they can take advantage of the personalization of that travel experience. We've seen in the last year, not only for wellness travel or patients, that private jet travel has really gone through the roof because the service of scheduled service airlines has become diminished. And also, you all know the problems of baggage loss and cancelled flights, so that has actually increased the demand on private jet in general, on private jet travel. Air ambulances are more specific, but both can be arranged, and of course it's very personal. And we have account managers who then deal with the actual request exactly according to the needs, and the itineraries are tailored to the customers in terms of catering, in terms of transport arrangements, in terms of who travels with them, pets even. So it doesn't get more personal than on a personal private jet. So that is the name of the game and our business. And yes, it's labor intensive, but that's what we're there for and where we command the extra margin on top. So of course, it is labor intensive. It is education intensive as well. So the staff has to be properly trained in customer service and the technical side of flying. But that's what we love to do, and that makes the job really, really interesting. And the satisfaction that you get satisfied customers at the end is also, that's why we're doing it.
So I just curious that if there are any like funny story from the customer that requests very personalized arrangement to your company. Is there any like the very special like arrangement requested by your client as a private jet?
Yes, we have lots of examples of very special requests that goes from catering, special wines and special champagnes to but mainly it's the pets that they want to travel with, where it's either the pet goes with the family or just the pet goes on its own. We've had that as well. But on the medical travel, it would be based on the assessment of of the patient. So what they need are in terms of the medical support on the aircraft, the transport support, as well as who they want to have on the aeroplane, because on an air ambulance you have the staff, the medical staff that comes with the ambulance because of all the equipment that is on there and the liability insurances that go with it. But of course the patient wants their own house doctor as well, so we have to make sure how much room is there for family and friends, for the luggage, for the medical equipment, and of course everything can be done, but everything has a price as well. So yeah, we get lots and lots of requests, and I could fill an evening with stories about what
I think
happens.
that's kind of the good example that we can learn from the private jet services. And the current medical tourism industry, I'm sure that Axel, that your company provides the very specialized services for the client. But what if like a client's request and the more personalized arrangement, but you cannot gain the revenue from the medical institutions.
How we gain it? Well, that's either the patient.
That's kind of the topic we have to discuss, the personalization of the wellness travel.
It's not really wellness when travel, but yeah. Okay, normally the arrangements are that a lot of the patients, they pay the company that they're traveling with, and they have a contract with us. So that's very often the way it goes. And they summarize all the services they offer in this fee they ask from the patient. And because everybody knows how much our costs will be about, I think that it's pretty much clear for years. Yeah, it works fine. And if there's something coming up, of course you have to, something more coming up or other problems are arising or are addressed, then of course we would extend this, but we have to have a clear communication either with the patients or with the company, of course.
I see. So what about Nicholas, that you're from the hotel industry, so what you can give the advice to the tips to the medical tourism industry, how we can provide like personalized arrangement for the client?
Yes, so normally the path that leads to medical or wellness travel is unique and personal, and even if they are traveling with their family, we need to get in touch with them before they are coming to our hotel and get to know their preferences, their motives, and their needs. So we can arrange the hotel room as they would like to. We can arrange the service from picking them up from the airport, from the airline to bring them to our hotel, and even if they want to have a concierge service to bring them to the hospital. So these are all considerations we need to take a look in, and that's why it's good to go in contact with the providers as well, like the medical travel agencies or the embassies. So that's the key point. So we need to get in touch with them before they are coming to our hotel, and so we can deliver a more personalized product.
I see. That's the kind of the personalized arrangement by the hotel or the private jet company. Definitely, you can charge the cost to the client, and they are happy to pay for it, right? But I was still thinking that as a medical tourism agencies or the coordinator, facilitator, and how we can, enhance the personalized arrangement for the client if they request a very, individual personalized arrangement. So that's what I keep asking Axel that, as my understanding that, to doing the business of the medical tourism facilitator or the coordinator, we got some kind of the limit of I think it depends on the country, that a regulation. Some countries regulate that you cannot get some commissions for the medical institutions, but some countries say yes. So yeah, I'm not sure that if Germany's they're allowed to receive the.
That's something which has to be discussed, yes, but there's no no real rule about it, no. So this is an individual thing.
So in that case, if the customer requests a very personalized arrangement, you have to, mark up the prices and.
Yeah, normally no, we wouldn't bring up the price. We ask our medical costs, and then we have to calculate it with, or just to make the arrangement with the companies. It's not that we are rising the costs immensely. That's not possible, at least not in Germany. No, it's not allowed.
All right. The topic is like personalization for the wellness travel, but let's include like a wellness and medical tourism as well, because my business is doing kind of the same way, the medical and the wellness tourism, but it's as a like additional activity. So it's not very the real medical tourism arrangement, but kind of the OTA style, active to an activity. Just when you visit, when you visit the Bali Island. Now the travelers are willing to have the spa massage at the beachfront or something, but we provide some other alternative activities such as the IV drip or teeth whitening, sort of the medical related product. So in terms of our business, how we can provide more personalized services.
I think we need to team up with the clinics, with the providers. So it needs to be a unique program, and we can only be as good as when we are working in a team. So it's not as that good if a hotel works for themselves, if an airline is working for themselves, and if a clinic is working for themselves. So it's important to team up to deliver a more personalized, unique product, which is a perfect fit for all of our customers. And I think that's the way we need to go in the next few weeks, months, years, so we can cash in on this opportunity of wellness and medical tourism, because as we have heard the last 2 days, it is it reached growth, and it will grow in the next few years, and I think this is a great opportunity for all suppliers, even airlines, clinics, and hotels.
I see. I normally speak this kind of the panel session at like a technology conference. So it's kind of the first time I'm doing the panel session in kind of the medical tourism industry. And through this congress, I feel like this industry is still like a legacy style. They provide the services. So I wanted to know that kind of the new technology, what kind of technology can be beneficial for the wellness tourism industry in terms of the personalized arrangement? I want to ask it to all of you.
Yes, for us it's a bit of a time where we're on the cusp of, do we do more digital with the risk of it being less personalized? Because of course if machines talk to you, it takes away from the personal approach. Or do we follow our old model? We've been founded in 1961, so of basically you call us and you have your personal account manager and they do everything for you and tailor the itinerary, because it's a person writing to a person and there is a personal relationship if we have frequent travelers. So, but there is a new generation that now grows up and is used to doing everything from their phone. And we have already built an app so that people can order their flights on an app, just put the destination in A to B, but it still comes through as a message to my colleagues, who then do the background work in the background, analog, manually, and just put the result onto the app rather than onto an email. So it's just the communication, the shop front is digital, whereby the background work is still manual. Our customers really appreciate it because it is still people working out quite complex processes. So to put a flight together is quite complex because it starts with the limo or the ambulance arriving at the said FBO, the FBO staff, the flight planning, the pilots, the catering, the fuel, the weather systems, the air traffic control. So there's so many elements, and it all needs to be monitored and controlled. And we find it, to imagine that that's possible digitally is quite difficult. And also, has it a benefit, or is it less personalizing it? So at the moment we're sort of a bit on the back foot of it, see how technology develops and keep it personal. And the customer feedback we're getting is that they're very happy about being able to pick up a phone and get emails or WhatsApp messages from real people. So that's the feedback that we're getting. However, we have to keep up with the time. So it is at the moment, how much do you need to invest to make it look digital? To make it really a good system, you have to invest a huge amount of money. And in the end, if your customers are defecting because you made it less personal, then you really invested this money in vain, and your competitors who left it analog are going to be the winners. So in that respect, it's a tightrope for personalizing travel and the digitalization. And I don't think, we certainly haven't found the answer. And from our customer feedback, they do like the analog way. To be fair, health travel and also VIP travel, private jet, it is something for the older generation who have made their money and can fly for leisure, or have reached an age where they need medical treatment. So of course for that generation it will stay analog rather than digital, and I don't know which generation I'm belonging to. so it's something to be seen, and it probably will become more. The development of apps, of course, is a part of that, but it's probably just the shop front, because it's very, very complex what we do, and personalized. It's in the name. It is the person, the one receiving, and the one giving.
I see. Thank you. How about you, Nicholas?
So if you're working in the high quality hospitality, it's a people business, and it's good to have digitalization and working with generative AI or KI, but you need to consider that personalization needs to be done by another person, and you can't deliver personalization via just a hotel who's working completely digital. You need someone at the front office, you need someone in the housekeeping, at the restaurant who's serving your food, who's a chef who's cooking your food, a concierge who's there to deliver personalization, to give you some advices for attractions at the city. So people business is very, very important for personalization, but on the other hand, it's important to have digital solutions for maybe to address new ideas to different customer groups. So you need to consider both, but if you want to have a perfect personalized product, you need to work with another person.
All right, thank you. How about you, Axel?
Yes, certainly medicine is very personalized, of course, because the patients are coming to the doctor, so this part is personalized. But also the rest is really done, as you've said, it's email, it's phone calls, it's making contacts. We have an automatic scheduling system, which is digitalized, but the patient, we're talking about the different generations, the older ones, the younger ones, but the rate of booking via this tool is 2%. So it's still very personalized. So people still in Germany, at least our patients, they really want to have a person to talk with on the phone. And actually the failure rate with the booking in the digitalized system is very high. I'm sure that will change, yeah, but right now it's giving more problems than benefits.
All right, thank you so much. So the time is running out. So I want to ask like a few questions, and please answer by yes or no. And if you think it's beneficial for in terms of the personalization of wellness travel, say yes with some short reason. And if it's not beneficial, say no and give me the reason. So like personalization personalization of the wellness travel plus tailored itinerary would be benefit for the service provider?
As far as I understand it, yes. So itineraries have to be personalized in our business world.
All right.
I agree 100%.
Me too, obviously.
All right, thank you so much. And how about personalization of wellness travel plus generative AI?
Yes, but in not 100%, but you take a look and work with generative AI because it's the future, and if we don't want to have a lack of innovation, we need to work with generative AI. But as I've said, it's a people business, so yes and no.
I see.
I don't know, but we are trying to work with, for example, in radiology, with just writing and all this, and writing reports that we have to obviously have to correct afterwards, but it will come, no doubt about it. It has to be somehow personalized, but we haven't found out how to do that really good and sufficiently right now, but it will come, no doubt.
I see. How about you?
Yes, I can imagine it, not for setting up the flights, but for the flight control. So basically, when you're monitoring, like the departure, the arrival, the next departure, the next arrival, at the moment we're writing the text messages ourselves, but they could well be standardized, and we're already standardizing them without AI, so just as templates. But of course, you could maybe make them more varied through AI. So, but it's early days. Probably has to get a bit better so that it's foolproof. But yes, that probably will come and will help with the staff levels.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So time is up, so we have to finish up. And today I feel like I'm not like a moderator, I feel like a student. And I get a lecture from the specialist. Thank you so much for the panelists.
Thank you so much for our list of panelists and moderator, Mr. Izuka. Of course, now and for our final panel discussion of the day, of course, disruption, we've been hearing about it a lot in the past years, whether in big data, AI, robotics, blockchain. It's been affecting every aspect of our life, including the health and wellness, tourism. But do the people or do the winners of tomorrow's race bet on today's strong horses? Can the most innovative healthcare organizations win the most number of clients or patients? This is what our guest of panelists in our last panel will be delving into. And at the helm, of course, is Mr. René Nasser, project manager at Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, responsible for the sectors of health and the German Bundesliga. I would like to welcome him to the stage. Mikro.
Hello? Okay. Perfect. Yeah. That's difficult to be here now in the last panel. It's a fireside chat. Honestly, I have asked ChatGPT which introduction sense I could use to lift up the spirit a little bit, because I can see most of the people sit on the left side, not so much on the right side. So we are trying to make it more engaged, okay? So the panel discussion is regarding disruptive in wellness and health. I will introduce our panelist, Dr. Haroon. Dr. Haroon is business analyst, PMP, MBA, 15 years of experience in the healthcare management, healthcare IT, strategy planning, and among others, he is a physician advocate, working currently as an HIS specialist for Ahmed Hospital in the Kuwait, under the Kuwait Oil Company. Welcome, Dr. Haroon. So, Mr. Mohamed Bilal, he is a visionary entrepreneur working also as a healthcare advocate and founded Care Socius in Basel, Switzerland, as well as Salim Telemedicine in Bahrain. He enables patients to connect with world-class facilities and using machine learning, behavioral analytics to create intelligent profiles that ensure privacy and personalized service selection. Welcome, Mr. Bilal. That looks professional. Okay. All right. Then, yeah, we have heard a lot about AI using ChatGPT. Honestly, I'm using it all the time, so 60% of my work is done by ChatGPT. I have a more relaxed life now, so I'm quite curious regarding the role of innovative healthcare facilities. We all promise that the outcome for patients should be improved and, of course, increased in efficiency. What do you think is, from your point of view, important to know this regarding? You can take mine.
Good evening, everyone. Guten Abend and hello us Kuwait. This is hello from Kuwait. We say Assalamu alaikum. To answer the question, like the disruptive wellness, it's itself a transformation which leads to an aggressive change in your present practices so that we adopt new methodologies, new technologies, which is going to enhance the quality of patient care. Since yesterday, we have been discussing a lot about wellness, healthcare, facilitators. Just imagine, could this be possible without adaptation of technology? And healthcare is the least touched areas because there is a resistance to adopt technology. There are various reasons. And it is dynamic. It keeps on moving. So we have to blend ourselves as per the requirement because every individual who's born can compromise with everything but not health. I would quote one term, my mentor, he's the head of radiology. I would love to mention this because we have discussed regarding DICOM, we have heard a lot of things. He mentioned only two things which an individual will carry with him or her, that is the education and health. So health, the present requirement of the wellness cannot be possible through technology. So disruptive technology is itself transforming the way we adopt what is required for tomorrow.
So, Mohammed, what do you think, and from your point of view, how is Care Socius taking care of innovative healthcare and bringing delivery to the patient?
René, thank you very much, first of all, for this amazing introduction. And, you know, when it comes to wellness, I believe that wellness is between the body and the soul, right? We need to find the common ground between these two things. And I was asking myself quite a lot about these topics because, especially in the mental health segment, right? Growing up in two worlds, between the Middle East and North Africa and Europe. And one use case, which is really personal from my side, is of course the mental health issues of the family members growing up in different societies, right? And I was thinking about why does, for example, a lot of Arabic people don't talk to psychologists? Because I think they don't understand the need behind it sometimes. They think that they can do something more differently. And I tried with one interesting professor, or I would say an advisor from Care Socius, to create a mental health self-assessment for patients, right? So we defined 10 really interesting questions to enable the patient himself to create a self-assessment of his mental health state, right? And the result was really interesting. So these are not easy questions, but these are some tools which we integrated in our chatbot, in our virtual health guide, where these patients are not afraid to communicate their fear, right? Because in the end, a lot of patients also have fears and don't want to share and don't know how to talk to these doctors, and maybe, you know, there's the question of judgment. So I think these are the methodology which we use on Care Associates to really change the status quo on cross-border healthcare, to create a bridge between regions and mentalities. And the second project which we use and try to really, because the question was, if I understand it correctly, which technology, right?
Exactly, you bridged perfectly. I mean, when everyone is talking about digital health, AI, robotics, and not the most of the people come to mind, it will be about to combine soul or mental health and AI, because it's very hard to understand how those two things match. I think what you have shared right now, this kind of experience and the solution you evolve is outstanding. So people can share mental health issues to physicians that understand that kind of
and I mean, like, we are Care Associates is not developing these technologies. We are using these technologies and create business innovations. This is what we are doing, right? To put it in the right hands at the right time, this is what we try to do, and our vision is still the same. We want to enable healthcare for everyone everywhere, right? That's the challenge behind it. And one interesting thing is for example, the new functionality which we developed is a post-treatment functionality, right? So the patient is able to post the treatment and will get contacted by all our suppliers, right? If I would had this 4 years ago, my uncle maybe would still be alive, you know? So these are a little bit the challenges that I have personally had in my life, which I want to change, right? And want to make it affordable, and also giving the possibility for everyone to get contacted by 30 hospitals at the same time. You imagine what it makes, you would say, wow, it works, and they want to help me, but of course, they also, it's a business behind, so they want to generate money. And maybe just to add on that, and then I give you the word. We are, you know, we was discussing in the last panel personalization, right? And in Bahrain, for example, what we do, we are developing and I would say a project which is a walk-in center for Salim telemedicine, because we realize that in the Arabic world, especially the adoption of these technologies, I mean, like, every Arabic person has a phone in their hand, you know, they are talking, they know, especially the older generation, they know how to use the technology, right? But in healthcare, telemedicine is a big challenge. We have these solutions in place, but they're still not willing to adapt, you know, and this is, I think, the most difficult part in our generation, is the adoption of the new technology, to use these technology to create an added value. So we created these walk-in centers, which are not yet in Bahrain, but inshallah soon. And so this, we still try to get a little bit personalized, because in the end of the tunnel, you need a person behind, right? You need somebody.
So we exchange a lot of.
But I'm not finished. And what is interesting now, these innovations, you know, and these walk-in centers, these technologies and the diagnostics tools which we use. What we try to do, we have a project which is a woman birthplace in the rural area of Morocco. So in this birthplace, or this birth garden, how I call it, where every woman has a place during the 9 months, no man allowed, only women's allowed, you know, where they have their place during the 9 months to be themselves, to take care about the garden, and next to it you have one center where they can talk to somebody in a big city like Casablanca or Rabat, and can talk to a specialist. So this is a little bit the way how I see the future, and how I want to use technology and bring them to the people, not only who can afford it, but also people who need it. Thank you.
Incredible insight. I didn't know that about Morocco, to be honest. Quite interesting. So we talked a lot about before that panel, and we figured out we have a lot of things in common, right? So both of us, we founded a startup that is similar, targeting or trying to bridge a certain gap. And Dr. Haroon, he mentioned also working for the Ahmed Hospital in Kuwait, shared some information regarding what kind of tools you need to satisfy the needs of patients when they don't have all the time to come from their home to the hospital. Maybe you can share some insights of this.
Thank you for this question. In fact, I feel honored to be working for an organization. So just to understand that what model we have developed, kindly allow me a minute or two to tell regarding our business structure. Basically, I work as an HIS specialist for Ahmadi Hospital, which is under KOC. Now just imagine, Kuwait is a filthy rich country. Allah has blessed with a lot of resources. And most of the revenue, 90 to 95% of the revenue in Kuwait is generated through oil and its reserves. Now, the largest company which governs the digging of oil and its processing is KPC, and we have K group of companies which come under KPC. We have almost 17. Now, all the employees who are working with KPC, any group of the companies under KPC, they directly and their family members get treated in our hospital. So basically, I would say we are a not-for-profit hospital, and we consider each and every patient as one of our family members. Now, this is the empathy when almost all the patients who come to a hospital to get treated, and we try to implement few technological platforms to make their life easier. And if someone would be interested to visit Kuwait, you will run away because summer, it is one of the hottest country. Just imagine my grandfather, 85 years old, just wants to refill his medicine. He's a diabetic. He comes to the hospital, parks his car, walks almost 200 to 300 meters just to go and stand in front of the reception for almost, let's say, 15-20 minutes to get the appointment. Goes to the reception, says that, "Illa, my medicine has finished, I want to meet the doctor." So what we have done is we have developed an in-house platform that is called as WhatsApp application. Just send a message to this number and it is going to throw you back with all the departments which are active, and you can apply your request. May it be consultation, may it be home delivery of the medicine, may it be medication refill. So this is how we are stopping patients to come to a hospital, saving their time and also the time of the staff. If you take the protocol of JCI standards, each hospital bed should at least have minimum to 6 number of staff. So this is a cost-effective model being developed within our hospital, and like this we have many. If you need an appointment, you can just send a message, everything will be done. We have a team to call you. We have people to take care of you. So this is the model what we have. If I could answer to your interest, Rene.
Yes, you did, indeed. Thank you. When we are...
I would have a question to Mohammed, if possible.
Of course.
I mean, like
you're
working in a, I would say, in a really big hospital, right? Taking care about the IT, and you realize how difficult it is to adapt changes in these big structures, right? So now my question: if so, big facilities will still remain competitive because they have definitely generating revenue, this business is working. Because due to the experience and resources and specialties, and normally big players, what they do if they find some startup or some young company which is disrupting an industry, what happens? What would you do or your management do? Would they clone this innovation, or would they say, listen, it's a Kuwaiti company which is disrupting the market, let's buy them? What is your opinion on that?
Okay. I would love to answer, and thank you for this very interesting question. As I have mentioned, we are a not-for-profit hospital, and we treat every patient or person who is coming to us to get treated as one of our family members. Now, we have an expert team. I belong under the vertical of HIMSS, Health Information and Management System. We have a great leadership who have a direct contact and interaction with the management of the company. So we do not compromise anyone who can sell their ideas, who can sell their product, and if it is benefiting our patients, our hospital, we would certainly grab it. And this is one of the advantages. Now, we have been running this hospital since almost 4 decades, over to 4 decades now. So we have built in-house experts who try to develop the maximum applications, what will be utilized by the hospital and also across the company, because hospital is not our main business. We only take care of the people who have been working to generate revenue for the country and K group of companies. So it is secondary. So until the wellness of a person is not taken care, just imagine they'll be not in a position to go and work. So it is a loss to the company. So we are secondary. As well, like there are few systems which have government regulations. Maybe we are not at that large scale to procure or purchase. So we innovate to the market, we do the research, and we also have few systems like we run one of the best EMR systems of the world, Meditech. We have radiology system packs through Philips. So we don't mind procuring and purchasing them so that it will be helpful for patients. Our core criteria is provide the best healthcare to our people, to our own family members. And yes, like we are on a learning curve, we are learning. And this is one of the reasons why we have visited. We have learned how the hospitals in Germany and across Europe, they have their technology, and we'll take a lot of things away and we'll interchange.
And now last question, and then I stop. My last question would be, do you have in your infrastructure a data lake? Do you have an AI which you are training with data at that stage?
So, okay, now when we speak about big data, speak about AI, when we speak about blockchain, and which we have been speaking and hearing since 2 days, now most of us have spoken at a very high level, okay. Now, we have many facilitators, but we work. So let me come to a ground level. The electronic medical record system itself is an AI for us. We have WhatsApp appointment system is itself an AI for us. We have various statistical modules implemented in our hospital that is an AI for us. So we have acquired artificial intelligence which is going to make our work easier, and we are in compliance with the Ministry of Health. So we are a well-governed hospital, and we ensure that the patient data privacy is being maintained. It's a very structured organization, and we compare ourselves with, like we are not closed door, we are open. We compare the best hospitals within the region, within the GCC region, even like we coming to Germany is also tells regarding our exposure where we want to learn. So to answer your question, AI is a part of our daily routine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your insights and for the good questions you have asked. I would like to extend our discussion and think about the role of innovative healthcare facilities. So from your experience and because of your having a leading role in the Ahmed Hospital, what do you think are the challenges and as well as the opportunities for a facility like this to be innovative and to bring in new technology compared to your competition in Kuwait or abroad too?
We are privileged to be supported by our higher management. So I may sound a little rhetorical that I will not say that we face challenges. Each challenge faced by us or in the hospital is taken as an opportunity. So what we try to do or what we are trying to do is we are empowering our people, our employees, our patient. Now, we have adopted a methodology of preventive health. We do not want people to come to the hospital. And there are various parameters. We have various educative sessions. We post different preventive mechanisms. We conduct periodic medical examinations just to make employees or members aware that maybe if these parameters are not taken care, you may fall sick in future. And if you find any gaps, we try to start the medication at very instant. There are various healthcare programs as well, like towards the wellness from our hospital. So this way, I may sound a little odd, but we have adopted technology not solely to treat patients, but also to ensure that least number of people come to a hospital by giving them various platforms. And it is pretty easy to use. As I say, like, when you just imagine, like, for example, when you're trying to mentor your kid, when you're trying to mentor your brother or your sister, your father, you will be very normal. You'll try to speak to them in a language, or you will be empathetic, what they will understand. Same as we, like, we are treating every patient who is coming to us as a family member, and we try to make things very easier for them to adopt. So that is the reason. These are the opportunities what we have been trying to complete for our hospital as a whole.
Kind of tricky. So thank you so much for your insight. My question I would like to address also to Mohammed.
Which one? Which Mohammed?
Yeah, that's kind of tricky, right? So let's choose number 2. So what do you think could be the next phase of a startup you have? So what do you think could be a new technology that you could implement and offer to patients to make their life easier to be connected to the healthcare facilities?
So, based on my, that's a vision, right? That's a vision, huh?
We are trying to make Steve Jobs now for a couple of minutes.
So let's be Steve Jobs and let's talk about vision. I think that especially, around Salim Telemedicine, WLL in Bahrain, which the brand name is Tal Salim, we try to create a persona out of it, right? So why a persona? Because we want to be this company where the people trust or can trust us, where we take care about their personal health information, which they can write at the moment only to our chatbot, but in the future they can also talk to us or talk to Salim, not to us, but to Salim, right? And Salim will give the patient the right advice, the right guidance, because when it comes especially to healthcare or international healthcare, I always take the same example that you can imagine yourself arriving in a new country at the airport, the doors open and you are lost, Doesn't matter how much money you have, the only difference is that if you have money that you can pay somebody that guides you, right? So we want to create guidance through this difficult healthcare infrastructure and create healthcare experience behind our tools. Because the reality is that in our days, and that's why, this wow effect from ChatGPT, it's because these answers are written and you are like, and most of the people are like, wow, I never saw that, right? So good written, and I can ask them everything that I want. So this is a little bit the direction that I want to take. To make definitely healthcare more accessible for everyone. Of course, we focus now on the premium segment, and the only reason behind it is that our investors don't want to hear about integrating immigrants in the national healthcare infrastructure through digitalization, because that was the goal behind Care Socius, and that's why the name is Care Socius, right? It has nothing to do with social, what we do at the moment. We take rich people and we support them to find the best clinics in the world. Nothing social behind it, to be honest, right? But I try really to change the gap and change the direction to the social part in the long run. So making healthcare affordable for everyone everywhere. I think that's the vision what we want, in the direction in which we want to take.
Very nice, very good. Let's point out that also things like ChatGPT or robotics that are just working if you have the proper network, right? You need to have like the Wi-Fi 6 standards, 5G facilities need to be equipped probably to work with the right equipment. In that case, we could, and that's something I know that's very important for you too, could also bring proper medical healthcare to countries that can't afford, like maybe certain countries that don't have a developed healthcare sector. So, as I was asked now to, just in 2 minutes, so everyone, 1 minute for you, maybe you can give us like your point of view. How much can AI contribute for democratization of healthcare?
This largely depends on, like, because now one of the reason why hospitals or healthcare facilities prevent themselves to adopt the technology is because of the cost part. Because we are still under the research and development phase where anything, like hospitals, healthcare system has to undergo a lot of regulations. It's not that easy to open up a clinic and start practicing. It is not that easy to establish a hospital. Now, when we try to develop a system which supports the operations of the hospital, it comes with a huge cost. Very good question, Rene, and I would highly appreciate this asking. In Islam, I'm a Muslim and we follow Islam. We consider the entire universe, the entire earth as one family. So we have our responsibilities. Alhamdulillah, we are blessed with good resources, revenue, but we also have responsibilities towards the developing countries. Now, in case, for example, the tech-savvy people, technologically advanced countries, because they have the platform, if they can develop some reasonable applications, let it be big data, artificial intelligence, or blockchain, with minimal cost, we can sell those products to these countries, not for profit, but at the end, the advantage will be if all in a family are healthy, you will be healthy. So let us consider the entire globe, entire world as one family. And if we can, we see many African countries, like I belong to India, there are many states, like even the primary healthcare is not available. And no healthcare system in the present dynamic requirement cannot run without the adaptation of technology. And technology comes with a cost. So if we can contribute, I am speaking to people, you are from H&P, right? H&P.
Yes.
HP is a very large Magnus company which is into technology. Maybe like you can share across this proposal for future. We have to work all together to develop cost-effective solutions. And if you have eyes, if you have a vision, we'll act as an eye. People like us, we are ready to help out.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insights. Mohammed was 1M, second one.
Sure.
So your insight, please, on that topic.
So I've written down on my notes the winners of tomorrow's innovation in healthcare, right? So the most innovative technologies will definitely pave the way for the future of healthcare, that's for sure. And when we come to technology, I think we see it definitely when it comes to robotics, right? You can imagine that, you know, the robot are working on a 2 nanometers of difference of movement, you know. No human can achieve that. So I think then we arrive also to the adoption of these technologies. And I believe that the older generation of our doctors, so all these chief doctors, have difficulties to adapt rapidly on the technology changes which arise at the moment. Even myself, I feel, you know, with all these new things, my little brother come to me and say, okay, I have no time for that. So this is definitely one topic, and I think that the next generation of doctors, of chief doctors, will definitely pass the wave and will be more adaptive and also are using robotics. So, you know, the joysticks that we used in the past when you was young, playing on the PlayStation or Nintendo 64, that's going to come again. They're going to need to learn and to play and use these technologies, right? So it's a question of time. It's a question of time. So I definitely hope the best for the future. And the questions still arise: how can we change and make cross-border healthcare more efficient together, right? Because it only works together.
That's true.
And that's why the best way forward would be to organize more events like that, and that's why I definitely want to say thank you for all your organizers. And I know what it means to organize an event like that. It's a hard work, and thank you very much.
Allow me 30 seconds, Rene. I would, from the core of the heart, I would thank Mr. Hadi and Ms. Reem. There is a saying that good beginning is half done. So you were the curtain raisers, and we are the last. We'll close down the curtain. Thank you for the wonderful event what you had. We had a fabulous learning session, and thank you, Rene, for moderating, even our master of ceremony. I know you have a very, you are focusing on us. Okay, yalla, come on, close it. Thank you, everyone, and wishing all of us very best health. Be happy and be in good health. This is my learning visiting here in Germany. Be happy, be in good health.
Yeah, thank you so much for the closing words. We have our timekeeper. I think we are on time. Thank you for staying with us, listening to our panelists. Have a good day and enjoy the weather in Germany, right? I can't believe myself. We have 30 degrees outside and all of you kept to stay with us. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. Well, I was about to open up with a joke about two Mohammeds and the Reneg walk into a bar, but we'll just leave it since you said so many nice words about me. So I myself also would like to apologize for so much timekeeping, so much housekeeping, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming to Germany, thank you for coming to Düsseldorf, thank you for joining the first International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress. And before I bid you farewell, it couldn't be a better ending without having our co-founder and managing director of Agora Group, Reem Al Aridi. Please welcome her for her final remarks.
Well, the International Health and Wellness Tourism Congress is over. Indeed, it was a fantastic, remarkable 2 days. I'm here for a few words. I just want to thank each and every one of you for being with us for the past 2 days. I want to thank our sponsors. Without you, this Congress would not have taken place. I want to thank our corporate buyers who came from all over the world, who came from 37 countries, despite the hassle that they faced. Dimitri, the visas. And then I want to thank each one who made our journey pleasant. Allow me to thank the people behind the scene. I want to start by thanking the hotel, all the staff, but in particular 2 people. Laura, come to the stage. I would like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Laura has been answering constantly her email for the past 2 months at night, Saturday, Sunday, she's always. Mikey, she's the sales director of the hotel as well. She has been great. She couldn't make it. She had to leave early. Allow me to thank you, Laura, from the deepest of my heart. You've done a great job assisting everyone. Allow me to send a very special thank you to the person. Without him, we couldn't have made it to Düsseldorf. Dimitri, please come on stage. We started negotiating the Düsseldorf Tourism Congress 2 years ago, and then he disappeared. And he came after 1 year, and we started talking about this amazing Congress, and we're so lucky and honored to be the first in Düsseldorf and to go hand by hand with you guys. It was a fantastic, fantastic experience. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I want to thank the heroes. They are the heroes behind this Congress, the team of Agora. Ubay and Yaman, please come on stage. Guys, we usually come to an event with 14 or 11, minimum of 11 to 12 employees. This time we came only 2 people, and it was a lot of work for them. We conducted 353 meetings. These are the ones scheduled, and we've done much more than that inside the rooms. So thank you very much. I want to invite also to stage a very special friend that I met here that I've been talking to for the past 1 year, Miriam. Miriam, thank you. Miriam has been emailing, talking to Hadi, as if we know her I met her only here in Düsseldorf. She's been emailing Hadi every single day, new information about Düsseldorf, new solution providers, how we can mingle around, how we can get to meet people. We never met her in our life. So she's been great help, and she's a very dear friend. Thank you,
Thanks a
Miriam.
lot.
Finally, Hadi, jump on stage. The visionary man behind the Congress, Hadi. Thank you. Okay. I just want to thank you all. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't
Thank
need to
you.
do this.
Dimitri, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job.
You are always on